It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means it's time for a grim portent of things to come. It is June the 25th, 2025, Campaign 2, session number 10. How's everybody doing? Happy to hear it. What happened last time? Doggacombs. Oh, hang on, guys. It's again. I fixed it. Alright. What happened last time?
Dogs.
Catacombs, dogs.
And
We
That's it.
found a little journal.
That nobody can read.
We loosely
Yeah.
tied
Oh yeah,
stuff
we're
to
starting that.
Mean Girl.
Yeah, Elsie,
Elsie.
who we discovered is a goddess or a cleric of Telona, which is
Yep.
super cool. And she was researching demons and arcana.
Yeah,
Definitely
what
not
was it,
suspicious.
like plague or something like that?
Yeah,
Forgot.
poison to
Disease and
disease.
poison.
Yep.
All the bad things.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
It sounds like so much fun.
Discord is just dropping hella frames for me.
Yeah, I was just
I
like, whoa.
was gonna say maybe it is our thing, but I
I
don't
think
know.
it's everywhere. Discord
Guess
is
Yeah.
everyone.
just
It might just be
acting
Discord.
up tonight.
Discord's been kind of dog shit this week.
Well,
now it's okay.
our audio is fine, so, you know,
Love to hear it.
we'll just,
Weird.
you know, power through. Yeah, so you
Yeah.
guys have 3 more days of class before you head out for your first excursion to Coria's drop. You guys have spent your intervening weeks back on campus very busily, doing some investigating of various things. Each of you in turn.
Yep.
Yep.
And yeah, you discovered some nasty dogs in the catacombs, as well as some mushrooms. The signs are seeming to point you in one direction as to a potential culprit. Who's to say? So, with that in
I believe
mind,
you are. You are who?
I am who,
You say.
and I do say, but not yet. In the meantime, we will go over our last few days of class here. We are on Yeomanry Day, which is everybody's favorite. Over in Worldly Studies class, you get a rather in-depth treatise on the events that followed what was called the Surge in the Northern Neighbors. With the creation of another planet and an alternate timeline. Most of the discussion of these events is theoretical because nothing much changed down here. It was still bad. And there was very minute differences between the two timelines here. Some people who were around at that time, mostly, you know, older elves and dwarves and gnomes, remember a little hazily, some better than others, but you do get kind of a good summary of what happened up top. And that was a lot different, considering the crashing of islands into the sea and different people wresting power from others and different items and magical things occurring, and it was wild times, so they say. Over in the social studies class, meanwhile, you guys are talking about affairs that are more close to home, kind of older conflicts that occurred, specifically 2 of them many, many centuries before. the foundation of the Great Fens, after the kind of rather rapid building up and deterioration of the cities in what is now the Estristan Dominion. Just kind of a summary of how the people got really greedy to live off the land and kind of mined it out of all of its resources. Some say they used magical means, some say they made deals with powerful creatures, but whatever the case, they built it all up very fast, and then a giant swamp showed up and basically ate everything shortly after they built it all in the grand scale of things. So
All
now
the
it's
hard
just
work for
there.
nothing.
Yep, and it gets bigger every day. They also discuss the conflict between the casters and the Gilvanans down south. Nobody really knows for sure what happened or why. Both sides have different stories, obviously painting them as the heroes, or at least the victims. The casters were, for whatever reason, kind of forced out of their homes in the eastern side of the provinces and had to wander around to the south and make their home on the rather inhospitable continent that is now the Cleft. The Gilvanans evidently had some reason for it. The people who are alive today to discuss it are either unwilling or unable to say what those reasons were. But soon after, that land was taken from them anyway, by the Algova satrapy in one of the bloodiest conflicts in all of Andrana's history, which will be discussed at a later time. Just kind of giving you guys a geographic taste of some of the more brutal conflicts that have occurred and nasty things that have happened. With that said, is there anything anybody is interested in doing with their time after class this day?
I'd like to look around for something. Is there anywhere that says stuff about past excursions?
There is basically an almanac keeping record of all of the goings on of the academy. Generally, it is for use of and by the preceptorate and the archons, but if you wanted to take a look at a certain portion of it, you could.
I would like to.
You can ask Vincent for that. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Yes. There was an excursion in the past where Stump Fumple went to the Great Fens.
Yes.
Some
That was
current
last year.
folks.
He went
Yeah.
with Artemisia and Harrison and
Longo.
Longo and I believe not the
Maybe Black Claw.
yeah the Black Claw student that was there.
Yeah.
First name I have forgotten, but yeah, it was pretty much from the record. It was a pretty by the book thing. They went out to Sawyer's Refuge, where there were reports of. Find the details. I have them.
Something about beasts.
Yes. They were asked by Grach of Maclash, who is the leader of a tribe of orcs that live in Sawyer's Refuge. Evidently, they liked to get wargs and direwolves and other beasts of burden and mounts that they could use out of the Great Fens, and they found that the population of them was dwindling and they were becoming like infected with some kind of strange disease that was causing them to grow like pustules, and it was basically like a bubonic plague that was happening on them. And so some of them had gone like particularly feral and formed this nasty pack of things that was kind of ravaging the land to the south of the refuge, and so they went down there and put them down.
Okay. Is Is that the last one that he went on?
The last excursion. Let's see. I believe it was the second to last. The
Because the
next
last
time
one seemed particularly exciting.
doesn't. He went with pretty much the same group of students. They went to Menagerie Isle, which is a small island off the coast of the Jadeacre Fiefs, on behalf of some folks from Fowler's Hall. Apparently, that island is just full of aminals, and they were looking for some livestock, so they pretty much just went there and picked some up and delivered them back, and it was pretty run-of-the-mill.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll give it back and do my regular stuff.
Gotcha.
I'd like to try to decipher book. Take a crack at it.
Go for it. Oh, also, Caesar, the Great Fens was his last excursion. So the previous one was the Menagerie, but the
okay.
Great Fens was his final one. That happened in
Okay.
Elo. The 9th month of the school year. You're gonna keep trying to crack at the book.
Yeah, what kind of check do I need to make for that?
Some kind of intelligence, probably. I would say you could do investigation.
But that's not bad start.
You're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Not enough really to concretely directly translate anything. This is like a cipher within a cipher. It almost seems like if this was written by a student, they could not have been the one who developed whatever this code is. Like, this has to be something that somebody else put together. But you do see what seem to be dates.
Okay.
There's basically, in between some rather strange looking sketches that you can't really figure out, although some of them do look like fungus. There seem to be basically 4 text-based entries in here, and each one of them seems to be begin with a date, which are Oc 15, 19, 27, and Bear 6.
Time Can you give the first 3 dates?
15, 15, 19, and 27.
6 for bear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm dumb. This whole time, every time you write dates, I just look at the month and my eyes glaze over and I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta go look at the calendar and figure out what that is. They're alphabetical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm dumb.
So
They
15
have
was
been for
first
4
years.
years.
Does it
I swipe
have
right to it. I'm dumb.
years? Is it like this year or is this like a
There is no year on it.
Okay. So we could Okay. Fungus dates. Okay. Sounds good. I'll share that with, I guess, Cassandra, since you're...
Oh.
Alright, we're making some progress.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Do you think you can get more if you keep studying it, or should I get some stuff from the library when I'm in Arcana?
I I don't think it would hurt to get some more stuff in Arcana class, but I think if I just keep looking at it, I should get somewhere. But definitely this seems to be a very complex cipher that I don't think another student could come up with something like this. So
Yeah. Yeah, I can look into Cyphers and see if there's something there. I kind of agree with you. It's a little bit weird for a student to be that paranoid to go through the whole process of having a complete cipher.
so maybe a professor, but I
I
guess we
mean,
have to think of which kind of professor would come up with a cipher.
I also can't exactly rule out a professor and a student working together.
That's fair. Or I guess even above a professor.
There's that too. I have no idea about any of the upper leadership aside from the kooky guy at the top, but do you have any gauge on them?
They're weird, but well, one of them. But I have not really gotten any gauge off of them besides they're higher up, and who knows? I mean, could be them, could be the preceptors, it could be anyone. Pretty large faculty there, so
Yeah.
be
I'm not
somebody.
sure if it's I'm not sure if it's worse if it's faculty or if it's someone else entirely.
Yeah. I do
Okay.
remember I found this note when I was with Professor Caesar. I don't mind sharing this information. And I'll
Oh?
pull out
Like everybody knows at
I
this
don't know,
point.
but yeah. What's the point? I only have one. But
Sending it your way, Maddie.
yeah. Make sure you send the right one.
I'm going into
That'd be
your
I only have
fine.
one. I only have and I was like, I
That
only have
makes it
one.
easy.
Yeah. Now there's not much. But Professor Caesar seemed to really want it, and I just decided I wanted to keep it just cause. But now with all this other stuff going on, maybe that can point us to something.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, something up they're talking to um Archon Zanston, but I have no idea who wrote this or anything. Whatever else context is. So
Yeah.
maybe
Well,
we keep
someone
a
one
look.
of unless you or I get lucky and happen to recognize the handwriting on one of the professor's boards, but like unlikely.
Yeah, and this was last year, so last when is Co? Oh, really? Just 2 months ago.
And
Yeah,
Caesar
Co's.
wanted it?
Yeah. Oh, we're looking for something. He seemed kind of interested in it, but he didn't
I
fight
don't
me on it, so I'm like, I kept it. But I don't know, he seemed a little bit more interested than I thought.
I mean, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt with the whole fact that his predecessor, up and disappeared.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I can't really help or I have this note now and I'm aware of the information. I'm not sure I can really contribute more to it aside from that.
No, I just thought about it once I kind of we're talking about dates and faculty, and I thought, oh yeah, I had this note a while back, and I kind of forgot about it. But it may or may not be related. But maybe maybe we can start keeping our eyes out on certain faculty members. Wouldn't hurt.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, based on everything else on this thing, from this note, I did not get much, so I kind of didn't care to follow up on that.
Huh, okay. Well, thanks for sharing it with me.
Yeah.
You doing alright with all this? I know it's weird and I'm sure you probably came to the school hoping for, just a normal ass education.
Yeah. I like a little adventure, a little fun, so not expecting, wasn't expecting missing students, but
Yeah.
I mean, kind of fun to explore. So I just keep something a little bit interesting, just boring schoolwork.
Okay, I just want to check in. So, all right. I guess this week I'll just make sure to check in on some cyphos or common cyphos at the library. Or do you want me to look
Yeah,
into particular information from what you got?
I mean, I guess if you find anything in the books about those specific dates, if you come across anything maybe within the school history, once again, we don't know. This could be last year's dates, could be previous years, could be from when the school started. So if you come across any of that, any
Okay,
correlation.
so sounds good. I'll keep an eye out for that. Is the pig still staring at me?
Yeah.
Always.
Oh,
Always.
without blinking. Oh, he's hot.
How do we remove him from the desk?
Yeah, you shouldn't be up here, Schmickle. Covering the journal.
It's like a cat, but a whole ass pig instead.
Yeah. It's a micro pig.
It appears we've lost Discord
Did
entirely.
you lose me?
Oh, I lost
Oh.
everyone.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no, I lost everybody. Okay, okay, and then
Yeah.
we're back just like
Everything
that.
briefly froze.
It was. I was
Thank
like,
you,
oh,
Discord.
everyone froze. Yep,
Oh boy.
just like that. We're back, and yeah, big, Schmacko. Great. That's it for me.
All right, I'm going to have everybody but Russ go ahead and deafen.
Good.
And go ahead and meditate with
wait.
your weapon, your new friend.
Spend a bit of time with it and kind of. So, I don't know how this works, but I do know that your absence will be noted. Also, am I talking to
take care
you?
of
Are you
that.
a thing? Are you in the thing? Like, I don't understand.
It's really unclear. You
Okay.
hear this voice, like, it's not like it's in your head anymore. It's just like, it's as though there is somebody in the room with you that you just can't see.
Would other people be aware of us interacting if they were here?
I mean, they would be aware of you talking to something.
I'll try just thinking to it instead of talking. How
Well,
about this?
Yeah, that works.
Will I need to have the sword in front of me to do this?
I don't think so. As long as you have bonded, which it seems you have.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because I felt something when you appeared here, but I don't know what the specifics of that mean. I
don't
understand
really
usually there's some
either.
sort of terms that go with something like this.
We can work out terms later. We'll call it a trial period.
Well, that works for me, I suppose.
But rest assured, to assuage your concerns, nobody will know that I'm gone.
And should I need to make use of your power in some way.
Well, that's the idea.
Yeah, so long as calling on it doesn't cause any problems.
We can workshop that. You do strike me as one who has a way with words. You can probably talk your way around some of it, right?
I would say with most people probably pretty easily, but there's a couple who are fairly sharp that may pose problems.
Well, let's see. I can. You have a sword, right?
Yeah, I'll hold out the standard rapier.
You can see this just like this black gash in space just kind of moves and envelops it until it just kind of is this thin black outline all around it. There. Close enough.
Yeah, I think in the heat of battle, nobody will notice the difference there. That'll work. Okay. This could work.
The more time we spend together, the more stuff we'll be able to achieve.
I suppose that's also how that works, isn't it?
Well, I'm a little out of practice myself.
I imagine they've had you locked away in there for quite some time.
Oh, nearly as long as I've existed.
I've learned a little bit about the history of the northern neighbors and everything that went on there. Was your existence come from your death as a normal person and then transcend to sainthood, or
I'm gonna
What's
be
the-
honest, I don't remember.
what's the last thing you do remember?
Being in that box. Some
Wow.
200 years back. Maybe 150. It gets rough.
And been stuck there ever since. Well, this is good for us both then.
Yes. Worst case scenario, I'll just drop myself off somewhere if I decide that you're boring. But
Well,
it could be the beginning of a fruitful partnership.
I think things may start out a little boring as we
My
lay some
barometer
groundwork.
for boring has been sharply tuned by being in the aforementioned box for over a century and a half.
Well, I will certainly beat that, but I don't know compared to what you lived before. At least not right away. I have plans and I have things that I require help, but they will take time.
I don't remember before, so you struck me as a person with ambition, person with drive to do things, and there are things to do. That much I know.
And it seemed like your power is associated with, shall we say, distaste for individuals or.
We shall. And you seem to have a fair bit of that as well.
Yeah, I think we can work with that.
I think so too. But for now, I'll juice up your magic a little bit. My abilities on the sword front should be easy enough to disguise, given your proclivity for paladin magics.
Yeah, I think I can sell that easy enough.
And on the off chance you wish to dally with other pursuits I might offer, well, you're gonna just have to get a little bit more creative.
And what pursuits might those be?
Well, some spell. Other ability, perhaps. Things that can be In line well enough with your innate abilities. Easy enough to talk your way around, probably.
I have some ideas for starters. I think we can keep this subtle for a while. Eventually it will be discovered, but even then the specific nature can probably be
So what if it is?
just lay the appropriate groundwork to the point where it won't be a problem.
People already seem to trust you.
A couple.
A strong one.
Yep.
You don't have to be the fastest person escaping the bear, you just have to not be the slowest.
I think this will work swimmingly.
I like swimming. I think.
Okay. And I'll try, like, dismissing the aura on the sword.
Yeah, you can just see the outline just kind of shimmer and fade.
Back like normal.
All right. Welcome back.
Well,
Next day.
For once, not a 20-minute mute.
Just wait. It's occupation day.
whoa.
Wow.
Over in Chaos Study,
Ew.
you guys are talking more about the northern neighbors. You get the feeling that a lot of Chaos Study revolves around this concept of two primary concepts of things that have happened on this planet. The collision of the various planes that seem to be nearby, as well as the ascension and downfall. You get a detailed treatise on the lattice and conflux points and how magic was affected by them and was used to great effect up there for various things. People would come down to the Southlands and try to replicate certain grand achievements with little success because of the lack of access to the powerful magic that it would permit. He kind of shows off a map of how, like, every major city up there was built over a conflux point because it was just that important to their flourishing and thriving. The various empowerments that it would provide. You also talk a little bit, and you get the feeling this is going to continue into the next week as well, but talk a little bit about the Realms Beyond, which is this kind of extraplanar space that is sort of the skeletal remains of 3 or 4 different planes that were devoured and then regurgitated and kind of smashed together. How it's rumored to kind of intersect with the material in some places and have the remains of the Feywild and Limbo and Pandemonium and the Astral Plane and Mechanus, and it's just inhabited by all sorts of weird things. And he notes that the planes and their stability are of particular interest to him, and they seem to be slowly growing apart and going back to a state of normalcy, which he doesn't trying to figure out the cause of. Over in Bardic Study, it's a day that Lorne enjoys, I imagine, as the professor is going over storytelling as a kind of form of art, using different ways of embellishing your tales as you try to enrapture a crowd with them. One of the oldest art forms that people would use in courts and at events and weddings and funerals and parties, and just to tell the tale of somebody's life or of some grand event or some war or something that happened, just as it kind of grew out of the necessity for reports from battles and to have somebody who could come back and tell the tale of what transpired, what losses occurred, and what was gained. Kind of going over different ways you can magically enhance them with, like, effects and visuals, and using sand or bits of debris as kind of a method of sculpting images to go along with your story or create sounds or smells or things like that. with minor prestidigitations or illusions. And for those of your fellow classmates who are not magically inclined, just different props and tools that can be used during it. You get the feeling that you're going to be expected to do something like this in an upcoming class, which, again, you kind of already have demonstrated a knack for it, so one of the more interesting lectures for you.
He will certainly look forward to this one.
That's pretty much it for that day.
At the end of
Again.
class, he would go talk to the professor.
Kind of putting things back together there.
Nerea?
It is Nerea, yeah.
Professor, a thought after today.
Yeah.
With this, the skills that go into storytelling, I think as much of an art form as it can be delivery, it would seem the core of it is the requirement of having a good story. Is writing and creating something that we're going to go over in this class?
Yes, indeed. We have sort of dabbled in it with poetry and theater, but there will be... This is more about recreating events that you yourself were able to witness and get across your feelings and emotions at the time, and perhaps embellish them. But there are times when you must create something new, or perhaps add some detail to things you may have just heard about. But yes, we will go over structure and form of writing as well, and stories.
Excellent. I have interest in this realm of this class. I'm not very musically inclined, but
Is there a
it is part
particular
of my...
story that is weighing on your mind?
Well, I think there's plenty of stories of the various nations and some of the fantastic things I've been hearing of the northern neighbors since starting school to practice with for delivery, but I do hope to someday create a story of my own. Point of my oath, I suppose.
Yes. The question is, when you tell this tale, how much of it do you want to be rooted in reality and fact, and how much of it do you wish to be more, shall we say, imaginative?
Well, we froze again, but I feel like we got...
The more factual you want it to be, the more hard work you'll have to do up front.
Well, I imagine there's a use for both in appropriate contexts.
Correct.
There will have to be some truth to it, and there will be no interest without that background to support it, but I would like to think that once a story is grand enough, like some of the things that we hear about, especially with the neighbors and the saints and things like that, that if truth eventually kind of stops mattering, it's more people's perception, the way it makes them feel, what resonates with them in the stories.
Indeed, as they say, history written by the victor and all that, but you are correct in identifying that our nations, our world, is built upon symbology, metaphor. Does it really matter why we attack each other, what land grabs occurred, what people needed what from whom, or does it matter what the feeling was at the time? What lasting imprint on the hearts of the people was left by those actions? What shall we do with how it felt? And what shall our children do with how we made them feel? We embark to make history as well. We are all a product of the national myth, as it were. Especially us coming from the provinces, we have the most storied history, but a storied history is just that, a history of story.
And depending on who you ask, though many are familiar with it, very different interpretations of the same stories.
Indeed. This is why I like to tell the stories, and here at the Academy, we like to tell the story of the Northern Neighbors. We've all heard different remarks and different reports from those who came down to see us, but what really happened? In a way, that's kind of up to us. Insofar as it matters to what we do. Down here, things are a little bit more drab and concrete, perhaps, but the further removed you are from something, the more play you have with it. Here, we're rooted. And that
And
matters too.
it would seem the more you can get people to buy into your stories, because if the truth of it can't be known, then it's entirely how good of a story you write, how well you deliver it. Whereas if I tell the story of the provinces, a lot of people will be familiar, a lot of people will have opinions already, and it won't matter how I say it, they already know how they feel.
There's a bigger story acting against you there. What is a leader but somebody who's best at telling the particular story about why they should be in charge? What is our church but a collection of stories we've all agreed to believe?
Interesting. Well, I look forward to this segment of the class. Thank you.
I think you will do well. What you guys doing tonight?
Nothing.
Could I have actually also, after class, asked the professor about something?
Yep. Professor Jacques.
Hey, Professor?
Oh, yes. Hello.
Uh, you mentioned the whole, planes merging and now unmerging and all that.
Oh, I
Uh,
did.
how how are you measuring that? Like, how?
Ah. I have tools and divinations I use to measure readings of different elemental powers. See, the planes are all formed out of primordium many, many millennia ago, and they all bear different traces of that elemental power. Specifically, those that were once devoured by the great Leviathan bear his mark on them forever. Now, the readings that I get from studying and poking at the realms beyond all bear the footprints of trace aspects of other planes, but they seem to grow somewhat fainter. Like how we can look at the light of a distant star and see it wane and see it grow seemingly distant over time. Perhaps that star has burned out already, but we can see traces of what it left behind in its energy.
Huh. Okay. Do you think that'll have ramifications on magic at large, or?
Probably. It's hard to say. But I do know that magic does act very strangely when it is in these planes.
Yeah, so I've been noticing.
There were reports that people replenish their magical stores rapidly when traversing the planes, but it could also affect time and spatial relativity.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to ask that quick question. But
It is a deep and vast field of study. Some say that there were grand wizards over the last several millennia who devoted their entire lives to study of the planes. Baranon was one of them, the saint of conjurers.
huh. Okay. That's all I really had. I was just curious about that, so thank you.
It is an interesting field, to say the least.
That's all Gas wanted to really. Just was curious about that.
Anyone else?
Ciphering.
You can do another investigation. You're making some progress. Making some
actually
headway.
productive.
Yeah, you're able to use what you learned from the date headers to start to piece together a little bit. Nothing concrete yet, but a few more nights like that, you'll probably have some kind of a breakthrough.
All right. All I care about.
All right. You know what the next day is.
Oh boy.
All right, everybody. It's the day before the excursion, so we're gonna take it nice and easy. Okay, I
Are we
have
really?
this big rectangle marked out. And I'll come out with a big old bag and I'll dump some like leather balls on the ground. It's dodgeball time, everybody.
Oh no.
God.
Let's see.
You're
As we
muted.
will.
Sorry.
Professor, how does this relate to fitness?
Well, you'll have to throw the balls and you have to run away from them or catch them. Have you played dodgeball before, Lord?
No.
Well,
Doesn't seem like.
better get ready and you better choose some good companions because you're team captain for your side. Get over there.
Okay, I'm sorry for speaking up.
Hmm. Who should be who should be the other team captain? Hmm.
Class.
Hmm. Nico, get over there.
Oh,
Oh my
Damn it,
god.
I was gonna pick
I
it.
was, I was hoping it would be me.
That's why.
Okay.
Can I still pick Nico?
No, I am a team captain.
I am the
You are
captain.
not. You are not on my team.
Well, worth a shot. Flip a coin for who picks first. Alright, fine.
All right, unshoot.
Oh,
Rock,
paper.
paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my god. It can't work. It's
Again.
too delayed.
Paper, scissors, shoot.
Aha!
Damn it. All right, you pick first.
Looking at the list here. Purely to remember if Cash is in this class. He is
No,
not.
he's
no.
not.
I'll take Cassandra.
Ah, good.
Punching.
Longo, get over here.
Oh, yeah, that sounds fine.
Yeah.
You
That's
guys
fair.
can pick your people. I'm not gonna make you say
Yeah,
do this. I'll just have Lauren, I'll just have you roll 1d20 for your team, and I'll roll for Nico's.
That easy, okay.
Just one.
Hey.
They put up a good fight, but
All right.
I would say
I knew I should've
Reska's
put a
like the
wager on it.
last one to get picked.
Yeah. Who am I with?
I would have picked you.
Okay.
He's going
I was
after like
hoping
strong
so.
people. Nico's just like, I want people who are fast and strong. And they
I would not have picked
do.
Reska under any circumstances, and then as soon as we got off, just
It's just a barrage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people
Yeah.
on her own team throw them at her.
Is any of the roommates in this class?
I don't think so.
Think so.
on the one hand cathartic, on the other that might have been mean.
That's how they learn.
No,
Yeah,
I
no.
don't think of it.
Sigrid is here.
That's just
Sigrid is here.
Oh, okay, Sigrid. Oh, okay, Sigrid. 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 Sigrid.
but Selwyn is not.
All right, good class, everyone.
She's over in pugilism with Cash.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he's in
Cash and Lana.
pugilism.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
All right, go get a nice long rest before the excursions. You guys, you're with us, so I mean, I don't know. Do we want to do a little group powwow before the whole thing?
Yeah, I guess.
Back at the guild hall, I guess.
Yeah. Should we
Okay.
also meet up with the other group for at least we do drop? Like already meet. I don't know who else is in that group. Do we know our groups? Like, was that announced? Did we make the official of groups?
It hasn't been officially announced yet, but Caesar
Okay.
does know.
Okay. Thought about it. We actually.
Yeah, we should do one for our group,
Yeah, of course.
and then also right after that, because I don't know how many other classes are out as about the same time mine is. So,
Yeah, you probably gave him like
Yeah,
a half day.
so yeah, once we feel like all the other folks are out, then yeah, we should do a big meeting between the two groups.
Okay.
What class is Elias in?
Better
Cool.
question: is he even in that class? He's in
He's
Ranger.
in-
He's
ranging.
probably not. Yeah, probably
Yeah,
just
that's
like
true. Probably
screwed
ditch
off.
it.
It's like, yeah, it's like a Friday, you know. Yeah, Elias is the fourth and final member of your little cadre.
Oh, we did get a lot.
Is he just there at the?
He's just like at the guild hall.
Okay. Elias,
Oh, hey.
you had a half day for your class too?
Yep.
All right. Well, you're with our group, so come on, we're having
Yeah.
a meeting.
Yeah. One sec. Can I just have a little tete-a-tete with my cousin?
Sure.
On
He
over
pulls you
them.
off to one side. It's like, all right. So I talked to Eloy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going with Professor Vicente and that Orr guy.
Okay.
They're going to Reacher's Beach, and apparently there's just supposed to be like cleaning up trash or something. So I talked him into it. Basically, he's gonna just make a whole bunch of trash. You see, well, not exactly trash. You see, I got this dust.
I saw you
Yeah.
working on that in class.
Yeah, and it'll like soak up liquidus material.
Yeah, anything?
Yeah. You know what counts?
And I notice it is currently in ball form, not in dust form.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make some assumptions, and I would rather not hear the full story of what you did to that.
Poop Beach.
If there is a way for negative points, I imagine that will be it. All right.
Oh yeah,
fine.
Elanimus is fucked, dude.
Cool.
But the genius part about all this, he's gonna slip him over to the Stump Fumpo kid, Clagbert. Stick it in his pocket. So then if he sits down on the beach, poopy pants. It's brilliant. It's flawless.
Well, I don't know about flawless, but it is fun.
I don't see a flaw. So yeah, show in, victory, all that.
Well done. Head back over to the
Anyway,
others.
so what are we doing? Where are we going? What's the deal?
I don't know. Do we have anything to discuss about this thing that we're going on? Do we have
Don't
any
you have the
concerns? Any
information?
questions?
Where are we going?
Coria's drop.
Yeah, we're going to
Ah.
Coria's
Yeah,
drop.
Apparently, there's some
And-
bandits or something that are in the Black
Okay,
Stones that
that
we are
was my
dealing
next
with.
question. Let's assume that I
Like-
haven't been paying attention to any of it.
Yes.
Just as a mental exercise.
Thought exercise.
Oh yeah, of course, of
Oh,
course.
yeah, of course.
We are going there. There are bandits in the town. Do you know anything about Coria's drop? Do you care to know anything about Coria's drop?
It is it's in the satrapy.
Very good.
That
Wow.
is the extent of my knowledge.
All right. Very religious people there. They loved Kellamvor.
That's the dead guy, right?
That's the
It's-
dead guy. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe don't refer to him like that when we're there.
That's the dead guy.
Okay, there you go. You fixed it.
Yeah.
You fixed it.
I'm sure.
Yeah, we're just gonna beat up some bandits. That's it. They're
And-
coming from the Blackstone Forest.
There's a forest? I thought it was a desert.
Well, it's like a forest. It's a forest of rocks.
Oh. A metaphorist.
That's it. But then afterwards, we're also gonna go to Rattled Harbor.
We're doing two
We're doing
things.
two. We're doing two things.
So we
Well,
have
the
two
group-
groups both going to Coria's drop to try and force this through as quickly and as easily as possible. So we're taking like half the guild.
Let me just take a
Yeah, but-
wild stab. Artemisia's in the other group.
Correct.
Oh, wow. I'm a
How'd you
genius.
guess?
I'm a student of human behavior, Professor.
Ah, yes.
Plus, she's familiar with the area, so we're kind of hoping that that will help.
And we can also hope that for the Rattled Harbor one, it's a clean run. It's just bringing the caravan from the harbor to the town.
Well, if you keep saying that, you're gonna jinx us.
Clean run. Nothing will happen.
I think something's gonna happen.
Why do you think so?
Something always happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're kind of right. Like it happens all over the cantons.
I
think
just
if
met
anything
was-
with these people.
Oh, that too.
There's also the whole if they expected nothing to happen, they'd have done it them damn selves and not made it into an expedition for us.
Also true.
Well, hopefully it's not that bad.
Do we have any idea, like, for that mission, like, what kind of creatures we could come across? Or I guess that could be a question for you,
But-
Sandra.
Either creatures or people.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
Cassandra,
people
if you
we
want to
take care of.
do a history or nature check, you may.
Could
Yeah.
I also do that?
You can. You're not as familiar, but
Yeah.
but you know more than she does. Having been, from there in your earlier years, those mountains are home to a lot of flying menaces, rocks and peritons and manticores, things that dwell in the higher mountains and come down looking for food.
Yeah, it could either be like bandit guys, or it could be like a flying moose that wants to eat your heart, or
Sorry?
it could be an archer, or it could be a gigantic bird.
Can we
you know-
take a couple of steps back to the moose
Go
that
back to
wants
the
to eat
moose.
my heart?
What?
Yeah, that's kind of dramatic, even for you, Professor. Eat
No,
your
that's
heart?
what. No, that's what they do.
What is they in this context?
There's a certain moose creature.
Hold up, hang on. Are you telling me that thing that parents told you if you were naughty you would get hit by this is real?
Yes, that the Periton, yes. If you're bad, then the Periton would come for your heart, yes.
My parents always told me if I was naughty, they'd throw me in Lake Eldath.
Oh,
Oh my
what's in
goodness.
there?
Drowning.
Water?
Bad and naughty children.
Why do you think all three of them know how to swim?
Oh!
Okay, that's
Uh,
cool. I
okay,
didn't realize that
so-
was actually real.
So Perry the Batapus is up there. Got it.
or a Manticore. Yeah.
Or a Manticore.
Lovely.
Or-
Great.
You mentioned a rock. Isn't that like kind of the worst of all of them? Because it's like, cool, here's a
Yeah,
flying fucking
those
building.
are really bad.
Rocks don't fly, they just like sit there, right?
But if
That's
you
it's a name for a bird the size of a house.
Why would they call that a rock? Rocks don't fly.
I
very
think it's our
confusing.
C or something like that.
So you're telling me I need to take Featherfall just in case we get
Yeah.
hit by a
Yeah.
flying creature.
Oh, it might be good, yeah.
Are they weak
Okay.
to rocks?
Possibly.
Can I throw a rock at them?
You could.
Are you good with rocks?
Well, yeah, you might. Yeah.
Maybe I'll save one of my poop beads.
Oh,
Yo, what?
yo, what?
Nothing.
What?
Do you have sling?
No.
I'll tie it to
You
a
want
crossbow
one?
bolt.
I mean, what are
Do
the
they
odds
need
it's
it?
gonna be that?
I, can
I mean,
give
if
you a sling if you want one.
Even if it's not that, I feel like it's gonna be funny for anything that causes a problem.
I can just throw some hot melfs in his area and I'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay, whatever.
Melf's acid arrow. It's a spell. It's arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
of
yes.
course, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I was not entirely familiar with all the natural horrors about that. I was just aware of the standard amount of bandits because it's a major trading port.
You
Yeah,
think
it's
the
probably
bandits are in cahoots with the rocks?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Well, that's good.
Maybe
Last
the
thing
I
we
don't
need
really
is some
see.
asshole riding a giant bird to.
I don't think that a rock should be our concern. I don't know why it would want a caravan.
Depends on what's in the caravan.
Ow.
What do
Yes.
rocks eat?
Uh,
I don't know,
Meat,
probably a lot of
probably.
stuff. Meat?
Us, if we're unlucky. Poop beat.
Maybe they eat
Poop bead.
manticores. It's a circle of life over
Maybe
there.
the rock eats the moose eats the manticore. The manticore kills the bandit who kills the archer that lives in the house that Caesar built.
Yeah.
I see no way this
Sure.
could go wrong.
See, everything's gonna be fine over there.
Now, is his special friend going to come with us for that one too, or are we just the four of us?
They're doing a separate thing. So we're two groups for one to make it easy, split off, and then both try and do one other event.
I've not heard of any danger of giant meese or birds in the first one. We sure that's the one that's needs to be made easier?
We've heard that the Blackstone Forest is quite bad.
What's there?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not
Bet.
from there.
So if it's any consolation, I have like gone to Rat Hole and I don't remember any big fuck off
Beast.
animals attacking us.
And why
See?
aren't they delivering their own caravan? That's
Well,
what
perhaps
I
they're
want to know.
scared of. Perhaps they have a moose phobia.
I think part of the answer might just be the houses are petty and like to mess with other people's shit.
Yeah, or that.
What exactly? Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter.
You know how this shit always goes. It's just gonna be make plans for 2 weeks, and then you show up, and then something happens, and all the plans are out the window.
Yeah, that's what always happens.
Well, but
And
we
then
don't have to
then I
luxury
end
of
up
that
wandering
anymore.
around a dark forest with a depressed teacher and a bitch artificer trying to find bugs.
Well,
Not with this group.
luckily you have none of them this time.
True. So who's in the other
See,
group that's coming with?
well, we'll be meeting with them pretty soon, actually. So, yeah, let's. I'll go check if they're ready. I'll
Oh,
go look around.
was it Ismene leading that group or Jack?
Yeah. Yeah, as many.
Yeah, eventually they do show up.
Pile in, everyone.
With Artemisia, Selwyn, Alicia, and Harrison.
Oh, great. Lucky me.
Elias
I
has
make
the
no
same
eye
reaction.
Oh, completely, like, obviously, like, on completely different sides of the room, I would
Just
think.
like,
Just like,
yeah.
Take a seat, Harrison.
He just like sits on the floor.
All right.
Alicia and Selwyn are off to one side, just like laughing at him.
All right, everybody. Blackstone Forest. What do we know about it?
There are giants there. They are very territorial and nasty.
So they're
And the
probably
desert
not
is-
in cahoots with these bandits, or are?
Oh no, they would kick the bandits out of wherever they were staying. At least if they were
Oh.
on the ground level. There are also
Okay.
basilisks.
Oh.
So if you go by a place with people who are stone, go the other way. And people have also heard tale of mimics that disguise themselves as stone pillars.
So don't touch them.
Unless... Yeah, don't touch them.
Okay. Great. Otherwise, all we know, people, is that there are bandits. They go into Coria's drop. They raid the village, town, whatever it's considered.
It is not very big.
Is the assignment specific? Does it require us to?
Generally
Do
speaking,
we-
what we will do when we get there is speak with the leadership or whoever it was that requested us to do this and ask them what they want us to do.
Okay, cool. Because I was just thinking, like, if we're trying to do the double job thing, if we could prevent a fight or limit a fight, that would probably be useful for our follow-up tasks. So if there's a negotiation that can happen, it might be worth trying.
Yeah, we will have to see. When I lived there, it had a population of about 300.
Okay. Pretty small.
And we're talking to the lead cat dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would not call him that, but yeah.
I don't intend to. I just forgot his last name in
Selim-
this conversation.
Selim
Chafkal.
Chafkal.
Truffles. That's right. Yeah.
You hear some murmuring in the rest of the group.
Yes, yes.
Harrison just from the floor. So, like, are we talking about his missing child, or is that a subject that we should...
You should steer away from that.
I think that subject should not come up, and I also think that you will not do the talking.
Right?
That subject will be handled by the academy.
Okay.
I think when it comes to talking to the local leadership, we can follow Artemisia's lead as the only one with any real familiarity with the area.
That was
And-
Ismene who was talking earlier.
Oh, is she from there too?
She lived there.
Yeah, she's
Fucking
from
never
there.
mind. I got that confused from our previous
Ismene
conversation.
lived
Yeah,
in Coria's drop for a little bit.
her show. We go. You tell us.
Yes, Ismene should do the leading for this part, and
I
secondary the monitors can do some of the talking.
I would perhaps say that start with the monitors. I
Oh.
did not leave there on the best of terms.
Oh.
The monitors can start the
Do-
talking and
Do
leave.
you want to be in the conversation at all, or will that make it complex?
It is fine. I left before Shafkal was in charge.
Okay.
Well, I left shortly after he went in charge. Kind of because of it, but
Follow-up question, Artemisia. How do the Chafkals feel about your dad?
I don't really know. I would guess not great.
All right. Lauren and
I will
myself will do the talking.
He is sort of living there because my father sent him there.
Ooh,
Right.
that ain't great.
I mean, it's. I hear it's a perfectly. Yeah, no, you should talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to be sure, should we? Do you think that anyone's gonna harass you, Artemisia?
I can handle a little bit of that.
I'm sure you can, but also, like,
Whatever,
shouldn't
I'll
need
have
to.
all of you guys, right?
Yeah, there's that.
Yep.
True.
That's
Because
right.
a lot of us.
All right. Ismene, do we do the same sort of thing? We just have teleportation scrolls, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can. Is there another little speech thing from Zanston before we go, or do we just go?
We'll probably have to listen to something.
Okay. All right. Well, you all have the rest of the day to prepare yourself. Unless there's anything else we need to touch on, you think? All right. Break.
Harrison just like cuts a wide berth around the room. The others do file out.
When people file out, I turn to Tanya. So what's up with that kid?
I don't know as of recent. I mean, we knew each other growing up, but he's just being a weirdo.
Was he like that before?
Been a bit since he's been at the school for a while, and I've been back at the scythe, but I don't remember being like this. Not my problem.
Fair enough.
Hope it doesn't get more awkward.
Oh, I imagine it will. Based on the way things are currently going.
Do it. Is it just us, like our core group?
Yeah.
Got up left. Okay. Perfect. That was okay. It should be fine. Everything will be fine. I did get some progress with the journal, making sure no one's around before I pull it out. So there seems to be some dates that kind of that pop up. To be some kind of research fungus, but I will list the 4 dates to everybody so everyone's aware at this point.
When
But
were they?
The Oc 15th, 19th, 27th, and then Burr 6th.
And it was all this year.
We don't know that.
Oh.
There's no year on it. I mean, does it look like the journal? I guess could you tell if it's like more older, like the book itself? Does it look, you
Could
know?
do an intelligence check. Seems like it's probably new.
Okay, newer. Seems new, but definitely the cipher is very complex. Like I don't, unless we have a really genius student, or they're working with a professor or some kind of faculty or someone, an adult, because this is a pretty complex cipher.
Hmm.
So at least I don't think a student could. But once again, there is a lot of students here, but I don't know who would know enough to create.
Maybe with more time you can crack it though, because if you're able to decipher dates, like that's kind of a start, right? So now you know what those words look like, and you can back into
Yeah.
the rest.
So
Like,
I think if I keep going, I think I can make more headway for sure. So, but this is what I found. If those dates meant anything meant anything to anybody, at least give the dates. Seems to be the most important. I don't think so. Besides, I know like the 15th is when we started school. So, but
and Manai disappeared on the first day, right?
yes,
Yep.
So I guess if you're gonna start on any page, start on that one.
yeah. So, I think
Although,
yeah.
can I see it and kind of page through it? Does it look like the dates that she translated, like each entry is dated as it goes along?
Yes.
So can kind of see a pattern in the way they wrote their notes.
I mean, either start on the first day or start on the last entry.
True.
Is the 6th the last? The last?
Yes.
What? Okay. What is today? Today is there. Tell me.
What's the end of bear?
It
I
is.
know we're in the 9th. Is that correct? Oh no, that's just highlight.
It's the 27th.
26th, 27th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have to update the calendar.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 6 is the last.
The 6th of this month.
Yes, was the last, or at least the last one I could make up for right now.
Last
Alright.
day of the rest.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we
Okay.
know of anything that was going on in that? Not really.
No.
All right. Well,
Well,
thank you for
but if
sharing, and I
anything,
think you're doing good.
Yeah.
we're getting there somewhere. Surprised I made it this far, so let's keep going. But I at least wanted to give the dates out as if anyone remembers anything at this
What
point.
what day did you first go down into the catacombs, Cassandra? What day was that?
Oh shoot.
That was
Me.
It
this
would have been the
month,
4th
right?
or 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, around that time frame.
All right. It wasn't the same day.
But it's kind of close.
Yeah, it's close.
So
They would have written in it after the zombie broke out.
yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to go more in depth with this search here afterwards,
Yeah.
obviously. But
Yeah. When do we have guild competition? Week?
uh,
Is it
Last day of Auk and the first 2 days of bear.
first one?
yeah.
Okay. 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 Well, just shared that, and if anyone thinks of anything, we can always meet back up. But that's what I got so far, and hopefully I have more to share later.
Good work.
All right. Anything
Oh.
anybody wants to do?
I did. So altogether, we know of 3 missing people, right? We know of Short Hop's sister,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
old guildmaster,
Yep.
and Manai. So I looked into what I could from. I've been trying to do some looking into Stump Fumple stuff, but there's only so much for me to go on. One of the things that I was just looking at was his last excursion, and that was with Artemisia, Longo, Harrison, and Black Claw Kid, that was the old monitor. So they went off to the Great Fens to take care of some. There was some beasts there that were getting some sort of plague type sickness, and they had to clear them out. Now I just think, plague stuff and certain person, it's just a little more pointing in that direction.
Things continuing to line up altogether too well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So where was that play? Where was that excursion at?
It was in Soil's Refuge in the Great Fens. It's over to the east. Sorry, the west.
Yeah. Okay. How long from the excursion to when the professor disappeared? Was it pretty close? Or
Uh, when-
It would have been about 2 months.
okay, 2 months before he disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, a few months before. So yep, just something else for us to add to our list of stuff.
okay. Once again, more details, but just leaves with me with more questions. This together.
Well, let's just who knows when more information could come out about all this stuff. So let's keep our eyes and ears open out there. I mean, this one is straight to one of the missing people's families, so there might be some bits of information there. So yeah,
Yeah.
do our best to
All
find out
right.
what we can without being too, I don't know,
Weird about it.
too weird. Yeah,
Conspicuous.
yeah, all those. So I will do less talking, and Lauren, you can do more.
Sounds great.
Okay. All right. Well, I will be up in my room. If any of you need anything, good night.
Anything anybody else wants to do with their evening?
Keep researching.
Could do another investigation. Trying to decipher the journal entries.
Yep.
Is there a particular
Keep
one that you're
going.
looking at?
I'll look in the first. Maybe the last. Maybe the last entry
The last one?
that I. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the 6.
You are able to translate this one using some of the clues that
Oh.
you've been able to piece together.
Oh.
And
Should have
the
stayed.
astonishingly good rolls that you've had.
Yes.
I will send you the content.
Sounds great.
Oh, hang on. I guess I can't send it that way. Let me do it in Discord.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay.
Anything else
I'll
for
keep that
anyone?
information.
Actually, yeah. So I have fast crafting, which basically, as you finish, when you finish long rest, you can craft a piece of gear from the fast crafting table, as long as I have the tools and proficient. Um, so I'll actually go ahead and make some caltrops.
Noted. Yeah, you guys are finishing a long rest tonight. All right. Well, the next day comes by. You all once again meet in the central courtyard with Archon Zanston standing on his box as the preceptorate goes by, giving each of you your various teleportation scrolls, and you guys are all grouped up. Just kind of, all right, one and all. The excursion begins today. You all have the requisite amount of days, which is 4 days, to solve the various problems that you will be sent out to solve. Some of you have requested extenuating circumstances, and so good luck to all of you, especially, but good luck to everyone, and go give the Academy a good name. Thank you.
They really need the other guy back.
Steps off his box, scuttles away.
Hope that
His
guy's
Mene.
smart on paper.
His Mene comes over. All right. Are we ready?
Do you feel inspired?
No.
Perhaps you should talk to us for 10 minutes.
I was going to do that before we left, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can give it to up to 6 people, so... Oh, well, I think it's 6 or not including me, 6 other than me.
How many does that give us?
Which can include yourself. So 6 total people, so I'll give it to all of us, and I guess is Mane.
All right.
Temp HP, character level plus mod. 9.
Wow.
That's
We
pretty
like a
good.
Let's go.
You guys use your scroll and teleport once more. With a flash, you suddenly find yourselves feeling rather cold. As you look around, immediately you're all shocked and awed by this tidal wave of clear black stone that dwarfs the town at its feet. For those of you who haven't visited before, it's a somewhat strange sight seeing the sunlight reflect off of the dark obsidian of the black wall. And looking around, you can see the black sand at your feet all around you as you guys are in the town square here in Coria's Drop. There's a brisk wind coming from the north that seems to be reflecting off of the curved, sheer face of the black wall. And looking around, you can see a couple of folks wandering to and fro, some Tabaxis, humans, and Aarakocra. Everything, all the stone and sand is pitch dark. And looking out over the horizon, you can see a small perimeter border wall built between these large stone protrusions, also black stone, that begin to stretch out endlessly towards the east, forming the Blackstone Forest. And we can go ahead and take our break here before you guys venture forth into the town. So we'll be back. Welcome back. All right, the 9 of you, 10 of you arrive in Coria's Drop. I will go ahead and share with you all the map.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And Fantasy Grounds crashed.
Oh.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Why can't you guys see the pins?
Yeah.
Nearly the second time it's crashed on me today.
Hold on. Okay, there we go.
I
That
don't see
work?
it.
No. I guess I have to. All right, well.
Oh,
Oh,
there they
there.
are.
There it is.
Ha ha!
May I request the map again?
I
Oh.
guess.
But they
Thank you.
don't say anything.
They're not supposed to.
Oh.
It's just the name.
No, I mean, I can't see the name.
You hold your
We
mouse
see
over
pins, but nope.
it? Really?
The only one that works is a Black Tap Tavern.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I think I can fix that too. We're learning on the fly.
Share all.
Where's Black Tap Tavern?
It's the
Close to
first
the
like
square.
square spot. Yeah.
This one.
That one. Oh, that one does work for me. You're so
How
right.
about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the cassette.
Yay!
Special K's place
Oh, where?
next to the
Oh, there it is.
mayor's house.
L-shaped building.
Ah, yes. L for Kellamore.
Big big one.
Elimvor.
For all the L's he takes.
L for Kelimvor.
This town's got a lot of watchtowers.
Barbarian
It really-
coded.
Yeah. Drop down and. We gotta visit
You guys
that
are in the
Hmm.
North Square,
place. Okay.
and you are swiftly approached
Oh,
by a rather prim-looking tabaxi man wearing a black robe that trails on the ground behind him for several feet. He's got a hole cut out for his rather bushy tail. White furred with some black speckles here and there. Got his hands in big sleeves together, the sleeves hanging down a good few feet as well. He saunters
Wow,
over
work is kind of extra, isn't it?
to your crew.
good morning, sir.
Good morning. I am Selim Chafkal. Welcome to Coria's Drop.
Thank you for.
We are glad to receive you. It has been some years since we had a Halcyon excursion.
Sounded like there was some need.
Yes.
You could say this. I will take you inside. Come. We shall head to the temple.
Okay.
Kind of brings you by. You can see some folks milling about in the North Square, just kind of watching your cohort as you make your way through town. Again, it is very cold here. You can see most folks are wearing some variant of some kind of winter coat. Most of the tabaxis are not, but the rest do seem to be. Yeah, crowd of bundled up Aarakocra kind of to the south. He brings you into the temple. You can see waiting in there are a tabaxi woman with mostly gray fur, wearing similar vestments but not quite as regal, and a small tabaxi boy with a kind of white and gray mottled fur, maybe 11 or 12, just kind of standing by her side looking a little bit confused. The temple here is extremely well acquainted. Well appointed, rather. Massive rows of obsidian pews lining either side, leading up to an enormous statue at the end of a hooded figure with arms outstretched kind of over where the congregation would sit, you imagine. An altar at his feet, a door off to the right side, presumably leading to some kind of vestibule or office. There are a few people here just kind of sitting in pews, some on their knees. You can see there's a couple of Aarakocra here on their knees. One seems to be somewhat injured, or otherwise grizzled in some way. He comes in, trailing you all as you guys all kind of make your way in. You can see Artemisia does kind of take a little bit of an aside and makes her way up to the front, kind of gets down onto one knee, seems to be saying some kind of rudimentary prayer before returning to the group, of which Selim seems to take note. He waits for her to return and kind of addresses you all in a vague semicircle. My wife Anthea, son Nuro.
A pleasure.
I would have all of your names as well.
I am Caesar of Magmore.
Lorne Robert Karen.
Titania Ransom.
Gastavosky.
Elias, Rebel Karen, Artemisia. Just kind of nods. I'm Harrison Pescantus. Alicia Rad Navarra. Selwyn Strongfeast. And I am Ismene. Ismene Olympus, yes, I remember you. Well, all of you are well met. The problem that I asked you to come and deal with is there is a man named Demeus Morkos. There's a kind of a glint of recognition in Ismene's eye. He says that name. He was the former leader of the church before I arrived. When I first came here, it was on an assignment to revitalize the church in this town. It was seen as an important way stop for travelers heading into the satrapy. And the Emperor saw that it was perhaps waning in its duties and asked me to come and see what was what. Initially, I was brought here as the mayor of the town, a position which I still hold. But when I saw what the leader of the church was partaking in, his lax efforts and his perhaps unruly methods of seeking counsel from Kalimvo, I knew I had to take action and see that the church was properly set right, and that the worship of our God was conducted accordingly. To that end, I asked Demeus to step aside. He did not take kindly to this. This would have been some 15 years back. In the intervening years, I have heard reports that he has amassed a small group of other disaffected peoples from around the satrapy, somewhere within the Blackstone Forest. And it seems he has recently decided to take it upon himself to attack our town, specifically our obsidian mines. We have lost some guards along the watchtowers at the wall, and we have lost some miners. This must cease. I do not have the manpower I would need to trace him through the Blackstone Forest while maintaining the safety of my town. This is what I was hoping you may assist me with.
And do you have any idea where in the forest his group is?
We have traced some of his scouts back. There is a small stream that runs north to south, roughly, about a day's walk into the forest. Whether they are staying along that stream or merely using it to cover their tracks at a certain place, I do not know, but it would seem to reason that he would have built his camp or fortress along the river for ease of travel and access to water.
Right.
If you travel away from Coria's drop through the Blackstone Forest for about a day, you should come across this stream. I do not know in what direction you must follow it, but you should likely be somewhere alongside it. If not directly, then not too far away, nestled within the outcroppings and crags.
Seems reasonable.
Does he attack with any amount of cadence? Like, is there a particular time he tries to attack, or is it just random?
The first 2 times he came at night with a collection of perhaps 5. He himself is a caster of some means, but he seemed to have one at least with him as well. Following that time, I set up stronger defenses and patrols during the night, and the next time he came during the day, when the mines were active. It was at this time that a cave-in occurred that we believe he caused, and unfortunately resulted in the death of one of our miners, Caliph Bologna.
Did it seem that he was aware of your changes if you bolstered your guard in the night and he then attacked in the day next time?
We are not in what you would call perhaps a very inconspicuous position. It would be relatively easy for him to set up scouts or people to watch and see our guard patrols and their schedules without us knowing. I would suspect he became aware of our pattern.
So we should go into this under the assumption that he will also be aware of our presence as well.
This is likely true. I would not be surprised if you found yourselves ambushed were you to venture close to his domain. With that said, you do have numbers, but I would still recommend you keep your wits about you.
That is very useful information. What is your intention here? Is it simply to have the town left alone? Is it
Over
justice
the
for
years,
your lost citizen?
I have tried to speak with him and reason with him since before he left. I do not suspect that he would be willing to treat with me or with someone sent on my behalf, based on his actions. One of our guards and one of our miners have perished as a direct result of his actions. I believe more will follow. It is in our interest to prevent loss of life. If you can find some way of reasoning with him that we were not able to, I would be open to it. But I cannot stand to have a threat to my people out there so close to home. So either way, he must be dealt with.
It's kind of weird that he used to be the church leader and now seems to be taking it out on the town at large as opposed to specifically you. Like, is he mad at the town? Is like,
Well, for one thing, I believe he knows how deeply I care for this community, and attempts to paint me in a bad light via my inability to protect them. By the same token, I also am sure you are aware of certain things that have transpired of late at the Academy. I believe he has found other means by which to attack me.
Have his attacks been specifically directed at the mines? Or has it been
Only the third.
more... And the first two were just directly at the defenses in the city itself?
Yes.
Well,
It seemed
if
he
you
was
want...
trying to reach the church specifically, at least at the second one.
Hmm.
But our guard was able to force him back. That was when one of our watchtower guards perished. That was Lanel. You can speak to Captain Russia if you want more information about that. She'll be at the guard post.
Probably head there after we're finished here.
Yes.
He said it seemed like he was coming to the temple. It's been some time since he's been in any sort of influence in this town, from the sounds of it. Is there... I imagine things have changed here since he was present.
Yes.
Would there be... Was there anything in the time of your transition that he would have been anything of particular interest? Some object or record or something like that that may tie him to this place other than the desire for power?
Well, he just kind of removes one of his arms from the sleeve, and you can see he has kind of like almost like a withered paw. You can see is just wrapped with this intricate set of prayer beads. This is meant to belong to the high priest of this town's church. It is an artifact of some power. It could be something that he seeks.
Yes.
Understood.
But yes, much has changed.
Okay. Just... It doesn't sound like he's going to be the type of man to treat with, but just wanted to understand everything we could going into it. If there was anything that might drive him, but at least from your story, it sounds like the driver is pretty clear. And it's
You
a
are
power
welcome.
thing.
Make yourselves at home in the town. Speak with whomever you wish. Nicodemus at the inn is knowledgeable of the goings-on in the town. SLF is my deputy. He would be at the mayor's residence. Actually, probably at the constabulary now. And Red Percher is the foreman of the mine. You
I think
are
we will
welcome
spend
to talk to
A
whomever
short
you
time in town. Make our
thank you
rounds.
for your offer of hospitality. We will most likely keep our time brief, as we are on a schedule here and we have other duties that we are expected to see to, so we're hoping to be expeditious in our aid here. So I think most of our students should have come prepared for the amount of time we're expected to be away, so we should not need to ask anything of the town, but we will probably spend at least a few hours talking to some people before we set out, if that's all right with you.
as you wish.
Kind of gather the students a little bit. All right. I think we should go talk to potentially the foreman, definitely the guard captain. I don't know if we need to talk to his second. Think we'll get anything from them that we didn't get from him. Could we perhaps split the groups and go talk to some different people?
Make the most out of my
Artemisia,
time.
Artemisia, would you be willing to go talk to the guard captain? Perhaps take his men in your group?
Sure.
I want to try something he didn't mention. I want to go to the tavern.
Hmm.
Word tends to flow in places like that, and if there's other versions of the story, we might be able to find it there.
I mean, he recommended it was Nicodemus at the inn.
Yes. But if I'm curious about other versions of the story, I should talk to people that he did not recommend.
That's true.
Plus, a drink would be nice.
Never hurts. Shall we say meet back in the northern square in 2 hours?
Sounds good.
Yeah. You guys give me just a moment. I'll go back into the temple with them. To
Are you gonna go talk to Jeffco?
Yeah.
May I join you?
sure. Give me a moment. Just wait. Give me a moment with them, and then I'll
Can we?
you can stand at the door. Sure.
Can I? Then can I speak to you for a moment first?
Sure.
Sorry,
Artemis is, all
guys.
right, we're gonna go talk to the
Go
captain
start.
of
Yeah,
the-
Yeah.
You want me
Want
to
to
have
talk
them
to them on
deafen?
a level of. Yeah, sure.
All right,
I'm
you
Just
figure
for
it out.
just for a second. I assume you want to talk to him on a more man-to-man level about Manai and what happened.
Yes.
I was planning to do the same on the return, and hoping that once we had some positive news to share, at this stage we're speaking to him representatives of the academy. I wanted to try to have that conversation separated from that, of not speaking as representatives of Halcyon, speaking as Lorne. I'm sorry for what happened. We are trying to help, and is there anything else that you know, or is there anything else that you would like an interested party to try and do?
Uh, I think that's coming from you. Should definitely happen on the latter portion. Mine will just be very quick. I would just like to personally say more or less that kind of stuff up front to I don't know, to just let them know hopefully where I'm at with the whole situation.
Okay.
But yeah, once we're done with all this and we come back, then yeah, maybe we could get
Is your intention different? It sounds like it's kind of the same
it's kind of the
conversation.
same, but I don't know if maybe coming from a student and the faculty it will be different for them. I don't imagine that they'll super know either of us. Maybe
I
you, maybe
No, they won't. They won't know me.
they won't know like
I'm.
the name,
Uh, well, maybe the name, but personally, I'm.
but it
It's a
won't
minor
matter
house.
that much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Every single person that we introduced today is of some sort of house or another. The names they would recognize, they
right,
probably already did.
right.
I don't know if it'd mean more from Artemisia.
I don't want to test that.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I
Well.
just want to put out the good first impression. That's it.
Okay. I will let you do that. I just didn't want to.
Sure.
I didn't want to. If it's going to be a tough conversation, I didn't necessarily want him to have it twice. But if you want to have it be separate from faculty and students, then I can try later.
Yeah, I want to have it separate.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry, that wasn't a thumbs up to you, Maddie. Sorry.
I'm done. If you weren't. If you were.
Well, Maybe I'll have this conversation then. That you guys have the. Unless you guys are gonna not talk to him yet.
I'll just go on really quick.
Well, then Russ, you can definitely.
I go back in. Hey,
Hello. Again.
yeah, I just wanted to come separately. I wanted to. I don't know what the academy has told you, frankly, about everything with your daughter. Um, I, on a personal level, am sorry about it. Not only because I was one of her guild masters, it seems, but I don't think this kind of stuff should happen at a place of learning. So,
I would agree.
and I would, I would personally like to find out why it happened, but perhaps that is too much out of a realm just for me. But I would, if if you need some help with anything or have questions, I am open to talking.
Do you actually mean that, or do you mean it in the way that everybody who has talked to me thus far has meant it? Is please get off our backs and leave us alone.
I've only been at the academy for like maybe a month, and
Ah.
besides that, I don't really care much about it. So I mean it in I care about these kids, and I think such a loss of life or just a appearance disappearance of one would be very tragic. Were I to help to prevent any more or to get one back, I'll do what I can.
Talk as if you know something, perhaps,
I
that
don't
I have not been told.
know enough. I'm not told that much either, and I'm already part of the faculty. So there's strange things going on at Halcyon.
I am aware that they sent you all here as a means of trying to appease me. I
Oh,
hope you understand that while I appreciate the attempt at helping my people, it is not what I want. Not help. Achieve what I need.
what do you need?
I need my daughter back. Or at least some information at all about where she could be, who could have taken her, and why.
All I can tell you from what I've looked at is I don't have enough information to give you anything solid. I only have suspicions.
And what would that be?
Strange things going on at Greenpoint and the academy.
What do these have to do with Manai?
These have to do with there's been a few disappearances, not just Manai. So as far as I've been collecting information on all of them, there might be some connection between the academy and people at Greenpoint, and maybe at what's the other one? Green Ridge. Yeah. Does the name the Devourer mean anything to you?
Not particularly.
Okay. Well, other than us being here right now, I don't really know how well I could get in contact with you later were I to find anything out, but
Do you have children, Professor?
no.
Well, then I suppose I can't hold it against you.
Have I said something wrong?
No. But I understand that you mean well. But I hope you can understand how little consolation this is.
I'd be willing to keep communications open to go towards finding your daughter.
That is more than
That's
I
all.
have gotten. Which I appreciate. For now, just go kill those bastards out in the Blackstone Forest.
That I can do.
Thank you.
I'll head out.
Caesar comes out.
So, get what you need?
Yep. Let's go. Where are we going? Who are we talking to?
I want to go to the tavern. I don't know if we
Okay.
all need to or if you have anybody else you wanted to talk to.
Do an insight to see, like, if Caesar's, like, stressed or, like, whatever.
Okay.
Or just cagey, I guess.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll just roll that, I guess.
I guess you can just tell her what she gets with a 10.
Yeah, I'm probably a little stressed out. Yeah.
Okay. That's all.
Guys head over to the tavern.
hmm
Black Tat. Pretty sparse accommodation. Kind of a handful of tables. There are a couple of Aarakocra sitting in a few of them. A couple of Humies as well. You can see behind a bar in kind of the center of the building there is a human female, kind of darker skin, hair kind of off to one side and then kind of asymmetric ponytail. Maybe early 40s.
I'll go over to the bar.
Hello.
Hello.
You all from Halcyon?
Yeah, figured it'd be pretty obvious.
Yes.
Thought we would take a few minutes before we head off into the scary desert.
Not a bad idea. What can I get you?
Anyone else?
Sorry, what
Nobody said anything. All right, fine. Well, I guess I'll have to
I
be
didn't
alone
see-
then. I was seeing if anybody else was partaking, but everybody else
Oh,
is
Elias
quiet. So no,
definitely is.
I.
Yeah, I say I'll shovel ice up there. Yeah.
Have any specialties around here?
Fermented cactus juice.
Sure, fuck it, I'll try that.
Pretty good. But has a kick.
Yeah, why not? One.
I want your
Elias?
finest, strongest, cheapest drink.
2 juices.
Yeah, that'll be the same. It's kind of
The
like
finest cactus.
it's kind of like fuchsia colored,
Hmm,
kind of a little
Interesting.
cloudy.
It's like interesting.
So I must say, your town here is quite striking. I've never seen anything like it.
You mean the Black Wall?
Yeah, and like the entire area being
Uh,
made of basically obsidian. Crazy.
well, that's the satrapy.
Fair enough, I guess. I guess a lot of us don't get out quite as much.
Yeah, that's our bag. Black, cold, and desolate.
Yeah, very impressive at first blush, but I imagine, just like everywhere else, it has its problems once you've been here long enough. Have you lived here long?
Yes, my whole life. My brother runs the inn.
Oh, the drop, yeah.
Yeah.
Traffical mentioned it when he introduced us.
Ah, you already got scooped up by old Selim.
Yeah, he seemed to be waiting for us.
Well, yeah, can't blame him, I suppose.
He seems earnest enough.
He seems that way, yeah.
Interesting choice of words. I've heard, I don't know, mixed stories. I'm not familiar with the area, but I know he hasn't been here that long.
About 20 years, yeah. Well, as a mayor, he is perfectly fine. In terms of the economy and getting the mine going and keeping the people safe, he has done pretty much fine enough. I do suppose SLF is mostly responsible for the safety part, but Nick is not displeased with the economic portion of things either, as kind of a merchant leader. I do a little bit of that as well, but that's all fine. I'm not much of a religious person, so I can't speak to that, but
Yeah, I hear that can be kind of complicated in Satrapy. There's a lot of very opinionated people here.
deeply. Yeah, well, it's good for business, I guess, considering the changes.
Does that seem to be kind of the prevailing opinion around here, or more so for those of you interested in business?
Well, there are certain things that the guard and the miners are not super keen on, but they certainly do well if your job is to peddle alcohol.
Some
I don't take it
discontent.
you're particularly familiar with the Church of Kelimvor.
No, you could say that.
Well, time was under old High Priest Demeus. If there was a cave-in or some sort of freak accident in the mines, or one of the desert giants got a bit too rowdy, we could count on the church to help people who perhaps may have met an untimely demise. Those days are in the past.
Now, is it the will of Kelimvor?
Apparently so. Apparently a
I could
19-year-old boy is meant to die, crushed under several tons of obsidian, and that's that.
Yeah, I could see how that could cause some discontent amongst the people working the dangerous jobs that keep the city afloat.
Especially once now there are bandits afoot. Difficult to convince people to go out and put their lives on the line when they don't have any guarantees assuring their safety.
And easier to hire a bunch of foreigners to come chase it down in your stead.
And that's where you come in.
So it is. Why I wanted to take a few minutes before rushing off into this, because, as you said, we were expeditiously scooped up upon our arrival, which didn't feel like it was just hospitality.
Well, you know he is hurting now as well.
And grief can make people do all sorts of things, but if this is something that's been a problem for some time, I would just want to be aware and cognizant of it so that irrational responses don't make it worse. It doesn't sound like what you're describing is new to the recent developments.
No.
Has there been any changes around town since then?
Well, there have been murmurings of trying to abandon the city altogether.
The Chapel family or everybody?
Well, I guess starting with them.
Everybody just up and leave?
He is, reportedly from SLF. He is not getting the support that he expects to from the leadership. He
And
is somewhat displeased by that.
And he would hope to go take it up with Ptolemy, or just fuck off somewhere else?
Perhaps make all of us somebody else's problem to demonstrate the seriousness of the issue. Abandon the obsidian mines to idler hands.
I don't imagine if he were to up and leave, many of the population would choose to follow. These are tough as a town as this sounds like it is. It's still people's homes.
True, but depends on how many of the resources of the town he brings with him. We might not be left with much of a choice.
I see. That could certainly be a problem.
So yeah, a lot of us are kind of banking on you all being able to solve this problem before he brings it to the Emperor or somebody else.
Understood. Okay.
No pressure or anything.
Well. We are here to help. At least most of us. Some of us are just here because we're told to be.
Doesn't make much difference.
I hope it does.
I mean, whether or not you want to.
Well, is there anything else we should know? Or anyone else we should meet?
I mean, you could talk to SLF, you could talk to Red.
Eseleth was the guard captain or leader or whatever?
SLF is Selim's right hand.
Was
as
he...
foreman of the mine.
Was Eseleth here... Did he show up with Selim, or was he here with Demeas before that?
Came here with Selim.
So I imagine they're...
I think we'll get the same information.
I imagine they're
Likely.
rather close.
I think we're going to pass on that one.
He's not involved in church affairs. I know that.
Could make a difference. Is the... Perhaps dumb question, not familiar with the satrapy. Is this... tie between the administrative and the religious leadership of the city normal? Is this how everywhere is run,
usually.
where your mayor and your high priest are the same person?
This is a relatively recent thing. He wasn't the high priest when he first came here.
He was just the mayor, Demeas was the high priest, and then he chased Demeas out of town and took both roles.
Yeah.
And how did the city feel about Demeas before?
He was alright. People liked him, I think.
I mean, I really like that he brought them back to life.
Yeah,
Yeah. That was popular.
if there's access to that, yeah, would be for the best.
Seems to be following the footsteps of old Emperor Algova. Trying to be some sort of priest king.
just on a
Yeah.
lower scale.
Yeah,
Much
also,
lower.
Demeas also was a priest of Kellenville, right?
Yeah.
What's what? Why the difference in who can be resurrected then?
Apparently, it's a very complicated issue.
It's
Ha.
yeah.
Imagine not everybody who worships the same god necessarily has the exact same interpretation of the.
Evidently
Different
not.
viewpoints on it.
Some say that's why Selin was sent here in the first place.
Some do say that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah.
Finish our cactus juice and head out.
It's not bad. Fruitier than you were expecting.
Could see why they drink this. So, once we're out and it's just us, that was kind of why I wanted to have that conversation. I was wondering if there was a bit more
It went well.
context to be had
Yeah.
there. Didn't even have to try very hard. She seemed to want to share that.
I mean, I don't imagine they get many visitors in town, really.
Yeah, I believe some's viewpoint or whatever, his thing with
Version.
Kalambor is more of as like a cold a week type of a thing with the dead, and it brings about change type of stuff. So
Maybe while we're apparently trekking for a whole ass day into the desert, I'll talk to Aramisi about that and see what
Yeah.
prevailing wisdom may have in the church. Because that's not our business. We're not here to solve that problem. But
no, it's
if this
not.
is, I don't know. I'm still kind of stuck on the idea of trying to talk to Demeas, especially now that we get the context of it's not just some bandit guy. It's somebody who used to care about the
Yeah.
city and its people. Like,
Yeah, that's why I was curious about the fact that he was attacking the people. Like, yeah, he could, want to make the Slim or look bad, but at the same time, like, if he was the leader of, the church,
Yeah.
and if he was bringing the people back, he clearly, at least at one point, cared. You got to become pretty disenfranchised to go from reviving the town to killing it.
A lot
yeah,
can happen in 15 years.
That's very true, but even still, I feel like he'll have a version of the story that's worth hearing, assuming he doesn't just jump us.
I'm sure
yeah.
he'll have a
Also,
version, yes.
I look around before I mention this. Um, Also the whole Manai thing. I know you guys talked with Jeffcole, but do we actually think that that dude is involved?
I don't know
Maybe.
about that. But
Demeas?
Yeah.
then again, I don't know
Yeah,
who
Demeas.
the guy is.
That seems pretty far-fetched.
It's
I mean, for
uh,
sure, but I
Some
kind of
dude,
thought that.
some bandit dude living out in the middle of the desert is gonna have some way of kidnapping a girl 1,000 miles away.
or
I
have
imagine
some power or some reach to have somebody else do it or something. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah, it
money.
seems a little. Yeah,
I'd
like
be doubtful if he was involved, but I would imagine he's probably not disappointed to hear it if he's trying to unseat Jeffcole. I don't know.
I
That's
think he'd just like to put the blame on someone that he already doesn't like.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or he's grasping at straws because he's
That too, maybe.
distraught.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't blame him for that either.
I'll from my talk with him, yeah, that seems to be in the forefront of his mind is still the Manai thing.
I mean, yeah, it's
Fair.
not been what?
Understandable.
Yeah.
And
It's
honestly,
been.
this thing kind of secondary to that.
And
I really can't hold
But
that against him.
yeah, of course.
Really curious with how the conversation between him and the school went down.
I'd be surprised if there was much of anything. When all this happened
I
with
mean,
It
Larissa last year, there was
it seemed like not much.
It's just absolutely wild to me that, a kid can go missing and, the school in charge of keeping the kids safe. Just like, damn. Anyways.
I
Yeah.
kind of think they're assuming that's sort of the cost of doing business. I mean, y'all are new, but there's a reason why the academy was founded, and it's because all these families that are sending their kids there, at least 200 years ago, they all fucking hated each other's guts. There was, for a long time, just kind of an understanding that if you sent your kid there, hopefully they'll come back.
But something might happen.
It's a neutral
Might.
ground, but
That
there's
only goes so far.
and
Yeah.
political violence. Now
Yeah,
you
it's
have a
like
great
my family
opportunity.
hates your family. Let's put our kids in the same place for a year.
Yeah,
I don't know of anybody in specific that would have beef with the Chaffgulls, but I mean, yeah, it's not a normal thing anymore. But the administration does kind of, I get the feeling from talking to Longo about this last year that if they were to look into it too closely and find out that it was something that was perpetrated by some family that's got more money or power or sway than they do, what could
Yeah.
they do?
oh.
Because it would look worse on them if they figured it out and had to drop it than if they just never knew in the first place.
Like, what if they find out
Right.
that it was I don't know, like the Algovas or something? Rock meet hard place.
Sounds shitty,
I
but it
was
doesn't surprise me.
I was pretty
Yeah.
surprised that Longo even came back this year after all that.
I
Yeah, it's just. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
I was about to say I would be too, and I was gonna ask, was he different?
Yeah, he's a little bit more to himself now. Can't say I blame him.
He just seems very casual about things when I interact with him.
Yeah, I think he's forcing it back.
I just. I don't know. I mean, that all makes sense, but I just find it weird that, like, yeah, obviously families hate each other, but, like, there'd still be some amount of, I don't know, at least from some families in the cantons, I don't know, not all of them, like, not accountability, but, like, like, the beef was pretty obvious, like, there's a definite inclination as to what happened, whereas, like, people don't know what happened to Longo's sister, and we don't know, like, I'm sure even if we asked Artemisia, she would know if the Chaffgulls had any, like, particular enemies aside from Demai.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, if anybody does know about that, it would be the families, right?
I guess so, yeah.
And a Halcyon administration is supposed to be neutral for whatever that means. If they did find something out, they would have to tell the relevant people, and that could find them on the wrong side of somebody's ire, and then
Oh god, okay. Fucking politics.
it's bullshit. But
Yeah, I know. Okay, with that information, do we want to,
Who did,
I
who
mean,
did
we're
they
gonna
go
meet up
talk
with,
to?
yeah.
Guards. We could go talk to the mine guy if you think we'll get anything out of that.
I think I got plenty from this person here, so
I kind of think so too.
at least I got all I need to know. So I'm ready to head out whenever you all are.
Well, we're meeting him here, so
Right after.
Yeah.
yeah, you still probably have like an hour.
Well,
Hang out.
I guess we should get some cactus juice.
Yeah, I guess I'll try it.
just had the opportunity.
I'm still here.
Yeah, now we're gonna be here an hour.
Pretty quenchy.
Might as well have some
You guys sit for a little bit. Eventually, the other group does kind of mosey on in. Harrison just like
Hey.
sits as far away from Titania as he can. Ismene and Artemisia come over and sit nearer to you guys.
Let's find out.
Not a whole lot, but some. Yes, we spoke with the God Captain Rasha Bahar. She says her right hand Lainel was killed in the second raid. I guess they brute force through the fence. They had about 9 people.
Fair amount.
Yeah.
And one of them at least was a caster. They were able to force them back. It seemed like... Well, she said for the first raid, it seemed like they were deliberately not trying to cause any loss of life. And just sort of make a show before exiting. Second time around it was different, and they were trying to make a beeline towards the center of town. After that, they came around the south side towards the mine. Sort of took the trolls by surprise in broad daylight. She says that they seemed to be heading once more toward the center of town.
Not towards the mine.
No.
How did the mine cave-in happen?
Nobody saw.
Oh.
We should have gone
I
and
mean-
talked to the fucking miner guy.
I guess it could have just caved in.
Happened.
Yeah.
It could have, but I don't really know how
But
often that
at
happens
this-
with obsidian.
Especially,
and also just at the same time as that, coincidentally.
Yeah, that would be rather coincidental. So,
By the way, do we know, like, did they mention, like, if the people who were assisting or also attacking, like, were they former locals to this place? Like, there's not many villages in this area. I can't imagine there's a ton of
no,
people that are
she
just...
said it was mostly humans and tabaxi.
Mm.
So,
Huh.
probably people from around the satrapy, but
Ismene, what do you know about this guy?
I don't trust him.
From when he's been in charge?
Yeah. I liked Timaeus.
sounds like the town did too.
And I don't know. I've never been a particularly religious person, but I always got on well with him. And I have heard strange stories about Salim and his particular group. I thought it was strange that he was sent here to be a mayor. But the town seems to be well defended.
According to the
Yeah.
barkeeper, he's good for business, but not so good for town morale and protection.
I mean, also, Artemisia, like, I know it wasn't a, confirmed thing, but, like, I thought you had mentioned that the whole move, like, moving the Chaffgulls was a little bit of a punishment, or at least people thought that way?
Yeah, there are different reports. Some say that he was part of a group that had some hand in causing Algova's folly all those years ago. And he was perhaps part of some group of people in that city, what was left of it, who was preaching separatist, strange beliefs that some folks there were uncomfortable with because they thought they were responsible for destruction.
And rather than rein that in, they give him a town.
A much smaller town of less import. He was in Ptolemy for a while as well.
I don't want to get involved in politics that I don't understand, but are we backing the right guy?
We're here.
Well,
We can't just let it be.
No,
only one side
I
has
agree.
killed people, but he did say he was open to perhaps ending this conflict in some peaceable way, but he didn't seem to think that Demeus would be willing to hear that.
Yeah,
But we could try anyways.
we can
Perhaps,
try.
if he doesn't get the drop on us and force us into a conflict that we can't avoid.
Yeah, if he doesn't lead with stabbing us, I will probably try and talk to him, but I have my doubts that that's how that interaction.
I would also say if they do ambush us, try not to kill anyone. Just
I was also going to
block
propose that,
them out.
like, before we go as a large group, because I'm sure when they see a large group heading towards them, they're going to presume it's to be, to go fight. Maybe a few of us that are a bit more perceptive can maybe see if we can flag down one of the scouts before a fight starts.
Uh,
Harrison just kind of leans down on the other end of the bar. I'm pretty good at sneaking around.
oh yeah, Harrison?
Yeah,
Are you a good scout?
I'm okay.
Fantastic. Glad to have you here.
See,
But I mean,
Selwyn also looks over. I could turn into some kind of a small animal as well.
well, maybe
That's-
between the three of us, one of us be able to maybe pass along a note or a message to try to parlay, I guess, or at least, talk.
Again, that's assuming that we'll be able to see them before they see us.
I
Mhm.
mean, yeah.
Not a guarantee, but worth preparing for.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't work out that way, it doesn't work out that way.
Yeah, either we do see them cool, we can get a message off, or we get ambushed, which we were expecting anyhow.
I just don't want you as a scouts to get ambushed.
I mean, I think if we do that, we would still at least try to go together
Yeah.
to some degree. That way we're not, left alone.
At least within range that you can get
Were
word
that to
back if something's
happen,
happening.
were that to happen, scout party, I think you should just run back to us.
Yeah.
No combat whatsoever for you.
Yes, we should not engage if we are not all present.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's the reason we brought all 10 of us.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there seems to be at least the biggest number I've heard so far is 9.
And at least one caster, considering
Yeah.
Jameus.
I
Mhm.
think there is another
There's
one.
two, so there's
So 2.
two.
All right. Well, should most of us start moving slower at as a bigger party, and the scouts go up front first?
I think we can do that. I can also uh, use my little tricks to try to keep an open line of communication.
Hmm.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Man, I wish we could take less than a day to walk there. Knocking out a
Ooh.
quarter of our time just to get there.
Yeah.
That's assuming
Did we?
find it at all.
Yeah. Did you get that extension? We can use the rest area.
If we feel up to it after we're done with this one, and feel like we're able to, then we could.
Okay. Then let's get going.
All right.
think we just talked about it before last time, but like the caravan travel takes a certain amount of time.
Yeah, it takes like a
I think it was like
week,
2
I thought.
days.
Yeah, you
Or-
can bleed into the rest if you need to. It's
Yeah,
Because if we,
necessarily recommended.
because
right.
the red hole was 2 days, right? Like we can't make it go faster than that.
Right.
So
So
essentially, our time limit here, where we wanted to do that one, is 3 days.
yeah,
Well, I guess like 2.5 days, really, right?
probably yeah. Because we'd have to get there and sort things
Yeah.
out.
Well, we'll see.
We always knew it was a stretch.
Yeah.
You guys can head out. I would have somebody do a survival check.
I can help. Mine's a +3.
I could do it.
Okay.
Very solid. And who is going to be scouting ahead?
Myself, Harrison, and oh shoot,
Selwyn,
Selwyn.
right?
Selwyn in animal form.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before she does that, all right. Selwyn, I don't have any doubt that they're not gonna really notice you if you shift into whatever. So I have a little bit of telepathy, so I can connect with you and then connect with someone from the main party, if you're good with that.
It's a good idea, yeah.
Can you be something that can fly?
Great question.
What level druid is she?
And is she moon?
No.
Oh, squirrel it is.
Yes, native to the region.
Yeah, of course. What would be native to the region? A snake, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, a scorpion.
Scorpion.
If she could fly, I was gonna say like be a hawk or something and just.
Yeah, that's like level 9 that they get that, right?
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not moon, it's rough.
It's pretty high.
Yeah. Not likely.
So maybe she doesn't actually be an animal because I don't know if her being a fucking goat is useful to us.
She could be like a bug, but and then somebody could
We might as
carry
well put
her.
Schmeckle up front, because if something happens to Schmeckle, I could just resummon him.
I mean,
I like that plan.
Can you look
Speckle
through?
isn't.
I mean, I can telepathically communicate
Yes.
with him as
Hawk.
well. Oh, I can, I think. Yeah.
Can you look through his eyes?
Yeah.
I mean, are there pigs in the area, or is this just a lone pig out in
Is
the
there
wilderness
anything
now?
natural in this area, though?
I have
Not
not a
really.
fucking clue.
So,
Even if there were pigs here, that's not a natural
Snakes.
pig, and you don't have to look at him for very long to tell.
okay, well,
It's-
Yeah,
don't have to be
it-
mean to Schmeckle.
But his coloration
He
will
has red
blend
eyes.
into the landscape.
That is
Yeah,
true.
you just look at him. He can only see the red dots of his eyes.
If not,
It's like-
it will at
it's
least
like
startle our
burrowing into the
enemies.
sand.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh,
okay,
Cassandra, this is a
Schmeckle.
bonding opportunity for you. You can just carry the pig the whole time, and then she can.
I live with him. I don't need a bond with him. Anyhow, I don't think it's gonna really help my stealth. So, anyways,
How
What's
bad can
wrong
he
with
be?
that pig?
Fine. You got this, Schmeckle.
Selwyn, do you have a preference as far as what you want to do, or what makes sense for you?
I could just stay with the main group until we find the camp, and then I can accompany you as something small.
Can you be
Probably the
something
best
really
idea.
fast? Like a deer or something?
I could be a lizard or something.
Yeah. Alright, never mind. Yeah, I think that's better then. You can just hang back for now.
All right, so me and
Right.
Harrison, unless anyone else
Yeah,
has
that's like
particular.
Cassandra. I guess you're bonding with Harrison instead.
She'll take
Wow.
Schmeckle with you.
Elias? What? What was his deal?
He's an
He's
artificer.
He
fuck
won't be
that. He
quiet.
can stay with us.
Yeah. Not putting him up there.
All right,
Alicia
hang
is
on.
a sorcerer.
Who from the group should I communicate with? Lon? Or
Probably Lauren.
Yeah, just do Lord.
all right,
All
Hello.
right.
Way to go, leader. All right.
all right. It's gonna be a little weird, Harrison, but I promise it's fine. I'll go ahead and do psychic whispers. Let me roll a die to see how long it lasts. Yep,
4
4 hours.
How often can you do this?
Uses first time's free, and then after that it uses her psionic
Yeah.
dice.
So I now like have 4 uses after that if I so choose.
What's the trade-off for your psychic dice? What if you use it for this? What are you not using it for? Damage? probably?
No, sideblustered knack. So if I fail a save, I can try to
Also damage, I think, right?
I don't think. Let me double check that.
Having basically a little bardic inspiration to get your saves.
Yeah. Not a bad thing to have.
Yeah. Especially when we're going up against 2
Oh, I
casters.
guess not. Maybe not.
I think it's later on.
Either that or it was the old one.
Yeah. Who's to say?
Well, if we're still marching after 4 hours, we can decide if it's worth using another one of your resources on or not.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. I haven't used or I haven't learned that resource as of yet.
I would also say let's have you sit on that until we get closer, because if we're walking for a whole ass day,
Oh yeah, that's fair.
get a little closer to where we expect them
Yeah,
to be.
I guess we're probably just walking as a group for right now, cause
Yeah.
we still have ways.
There's a cat down.
Oh,
Let go.
A creature.
Criminal.
hates it.
What a little guy.
Anyway.
Cat craves alcohol.
Sorry. Okay. So 2 of you are
Is it-
scouting ahead.
Is there
Yep.
still the like marching like pace shit? The rules we basically never used? Is that a thing? Could we like go faster?
Yes. There's travel
Let's go
pace.
faster.
Yeah.
So
I'd
you
be
could
willing to go
go-
faster for like the first half of the day,
You could
knowing
go 30
that
Yeah.
miles in a day with a penalty to perception.
Who cares?
4 miles per hour.
Let's do it.
I think we do it.
Yeah, we do it for the first half.
I'm not gonna lie, they know this land. Even with our scouts, I'm kind of expecting us to get jumped one way or the other. So let's just fucking get it over with. Let's just get into it.
They can ambush us.
All right.
I would still be looking ahead and make
Yeah,
sure.
those of you, yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
up there
Definitely
scouting,
do.
you can make a perception check with -5.
Oh my god.
You're traveling fast.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
That's not good.
What about Harrison?
Let's see how Harrison does. He's
Come on,
really
Harrison.
wise.
Oh, is he?
Let's say
Yeah.
if the group's moving fast, me and
I
Harrison,
didn't get that impression.
me and
This is
Harrison
just
are
a
fucking
flat
sprinting.
roll, -5. So I'll just add the -5 to it for you.
Uh-oh. Flat roll. Not.
Oh.
Ooh.
-1.
Great.
You guys are walking in the hoodoos.
Wait, hold on. Hell yeah.
There's just all
Minus
kinds of things.
7.
You guys are wandering around for a good few hours, just kind of trying to head in a general northeasterly direction towards this supposed stream that runs through the Blackstone Forest, walking through valleys of dead shrubbery and trees and stones here and there amidst these massive tall pillars of black stone. Not obsidian, but just stone that is black. Sometime down the line, I would say after 2 hours in, Cassandra, you and Harrison are scouting ahead. For his part, he is very quiet, but y'all ain't seeing shit as you comb the desert. And eventually you just kind of come into this clearing with this large, kind of like almost like a crater shape in the middle of a few of these bigger stone outcroppings. And you're just kind of waiting for the rest of the group to catch up. There just seems to be a large hill in the middle. So there you go.
And we're up ahead, so the group hasn't caught up to us yet.
Not quite yet.
Okay. I'm guessing the perception counts for this area as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would try to, I guess, as best as I can, like probably just like get to the top of the hill, or just like if there's anywhere that I can get advantage and be stealthy about it.
Okay. You head on over and you start to climb up the hill, and it's not a hill at all.
Remember what they said about mimics that pretend to be hills?
Nope. It's not even
Oh.
that. It's a
Oh, no.
sleepy giant.
Oh shit!
You like climb on top of this thing's belly and you feel like, oh, this ground is like moving up and down. That's weird. And then you look and you can see that there's a head down there as these arms kind of come up and grab you. The rest of the group, I would say, you guys are approaching at this juncture.
Oh no.
I thought we said do not engage.
Hello? Hi? Sorry for disturbing your nap.
We are going to roll initiative.
Oh, he's mad about his nap.
Hold on a moment.
Uh-oh.
Trying to find the right. There we go. There's a hill giant.
He is actually a hill. Wow.
Boy.
Get it?
Okay.
Ah.
And you can see they are joined rather rapidly by another one. But it's not, this one's not a hill giant. This one looks a little bit more civilized.
Desert giant.
Can I not be prone?
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess I'm still prone.
I'll give you guys the map and you can put yourselves wherever you would like to be. Except for you, Cassandra. You're on the hill giant.
I sure am, dude.
And Harrison's up there with you.
You're right where that cow is on the picture.
On the picture, yes. You're right by the cow. And look, it's all your friends.
Hey guys. This is not a hill.
I see that.
So we see.
Help. Help.
Harrison goes first. He's like, oh, shoot. That's a man.
This
How
shit
did you
dude
not
is sure
see that?
is.
He will
He was
attack.
taking a nap.
Anybody speak giant?
Miss.
I do, yes.
Oh my gosh,
This
Professor.
hill giant is going to slap Cassandra with a dead tree.
Oh,
That's not very nice.
The cat is in the closet.
It's a very cat place
Just
to
as
be.
just for an update.
Thanks.
Oh,
Oh,
And there's a second one coming your way. But that one
Oh.
misses, and you are just thrown to the side and knocked prone.
great.
Which Titania is not. Cassandra, it's you.
I'd like to get up.
You can do that.
Bonus action. I guess let's see where I can get in 15. Alright, I guess I get up here. Alright, bonus action, I hide
Okay.
amidst those rocks up there. Oh my god.
oh no.
It's not great.
Ugh.
In fact, both of the giants can see you. You're just like,
They were better at hiding.
But Professor, can you smooth this over mayhaps? Or
I'm
are they just mad?
serious. It's not my turn yet.
Okay, well, can I still do my action? Sorry. I'll still just like throw a psychic blade at it. Just flat roll because I can't fucking hide.
cat has locked itself in the closet.
oh boy.
Alright. It has fixed now. That's it. That was my turn.
All right. Alicia is up. So are we attacking this thing or?
How about you just get ready to? Well, I guess that depends on what weapons you have.
I'm a sorcerer.
Oh, so get ready to cast a spell
Yeah.
if I tell you to.
Okay, I will come over here. Caesar.
Okay, I'll just start talking in giant to them. Hey guys, sorry about that. We didn't know that this was your territory. We're looking for some other assholes that are in the area. We'd love to just leave you guys be and go after them. And hopefully after we're done with them, then you could have more territory for all we care. Once we clear them out.
Make a persuasion check.
If you're hungry, I got this chicken noodle soup in my jar.
Is that like a shot to them?
Yeah. But a really good shot. Persuasion. +1. Hey, 16.
Let's see.
I'm sorry she touched your belly.
Blue girl
you know.
interrupt sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is
We
there
just-
something we could do to provide you a better sleep?
We just killed Blue Girl.
Oh, no, I can't have that. I'm sorry.
He seems to be done talking to you.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna go smack him. If it's between you and Blue Girl, I'm afraid you have to die then. Sorry.
Just Blue Girl.
Just let me know when you're ready to think about it again.
Just kill Blue Girl. Hit me with the
What's he
sword.
saying?
Blue Girl
He
broke
doesn't.
pink
He
knife.
doesn't seem to like Blue Girl. I'll do it with my lance actually. Here.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I'll try to knock him on his ass.
Oh,
Damn.
he is success.
Yeah. I just poke his leg.
His Mene is gonna come up. He's
I
gonna,
don't suppose the desert giant has anything to say about it either, but.
seems not to be listening at the moment.
Oh, okay.
It does seem a little bit less interested in the goings on.
Oh, Alicia, you're good to smack this guy.
Oh, okay. She'll just cast magic missile.
Okay.
Do a little bit of damage. Ismene will do some attacks. She's just gonna go up and punch him. Knocks it prone.
Wow.
Going for a second attack. Then the third. Wailing on it. It is not stunned, however.
It just barely succeeded both times.
The desert giant's just gonna come stand over here. Not gonna do anything yet, but it seems to be evaluating the situation. Titania.
All right. I don't want to get anything near that guy, so I'm gonna total dead. Yes.
Oh,
Bing bong.
Bomb. Demolished. Love it. Rock. Okay. Good.
Thorn.
I'm up to the big guy. Look up at the desert giant. Are we cool?
he's just watching right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
Just kind of looks down. I don't know, are we?
Well, he wants to kill
Oh.
our friend, so we're gonna kill him so he doesn't. But I don't want to have to fight you because we hurt your friend.
Make a persuasion check.
We could probably just knock him out.
Yeah, that would be totally fine. We just want to not be here and not.
It's
Have a
not really
problem.
my friend. He was just sleeping there.
Okay. That's great with us. The less problems, the better.
So you don't mind either way.
I don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Just walks away.
We like that. We're
Well,
fine with that.
well, I hope that sticks. Anyway, here we go.
Let's keep having that happen.
Fix. Done.
Someone's gonna just cast Entangle and try to restrain that guy. And fail. Artemisia. Pull it down.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Wow.
Elias is gonna do an acid splash. Harrison is gonna do a crossbow attack.
He's on the floor.
Oh. Well, he missed.
Harrison.
He doesn't want to jump down there. There's a big, giant, scary man there. He's gonna
Sure is.
stand up.
Are you ready to reconsider?
Gonna slap you with a tree.
Okay. Uh-oh. Oh!
Ugh.
Fall down. Gonna slap you again. Good night. Oh, not good night.
No.
It's just like,
Oh my god.
Ah! Ah!
Cassandra. Caesar's getting beat up by a tree.
Oh!
Okay. Okay, that can't be. All right, I'll come down and go ahead and use my Miser's Blade. And I have advantage from the vex I put on him previously. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Make sure to apply the sneak attack.
Get him, blue girl.
Go blue girl.
Why are you guys calling me Blue
Ah.
Girl?
Because you blew.
I get that. Anyways,
That's what the giant was calling you. I'm not racist. He is.
Wow!
Wow.
Oh my god.
and then I would go ahead and use Nick from my Miser's Blade and just go ahead and hit him with the Psychic Blade as well. Okay, bonus action, I disengage.
Good stuff. She's just gonna throw a blast at him. And miss.
Oh no. I'll
Kesar.
stand up. I'll take my axe out and I'll reckless attack him. Oh, not great damage. Everybody else has got this. Yeah. There's many. He's got it.
She gonna punch him. You fall down. Punch again. She punch again. Oh, he's stunned. Titania.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Good night.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He's just like,
One left.
brain.
Bonk. Like a bell just like lands on his head.
Dong.
Like respect.
Hey guys, sorry, hey, Harrison,
I did not see that guy.
yeah, it was straight about a hill
That was a hill
that we
giant.
saw.
I get it.
That
Oh,
white
thank
collar
you.
hill giant.
Yeah.
I guess.
That guy hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Professor,
He hit me with a tree twice.
I
I
wasn't
saw
trying to
it.
start a fight. I,
His
got
mana is
picked up
just
by
like,
it.
Well, that was a good warm up.
Yeah.
Punched the shit out of it.
Artemisia, help.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got you.
Thanks. While she heals me, I'll eat my chicken noodle soup.
Do you need another one, or?
No, that should be fine. Thank you. Okay. Should we just stick together and continue
Probably a
on?
good idea
Yeah.
Yeah.
if we're going to keep
All right.
traveling at this pace.
Yeah. Because I can't really perceive a whole ton when I'm basically sprinting.
All right. Let's go. Everybody keep a lookout.
Watch out for giants.
Look out
Apparently.
for hills.
I'm glad that other one just decided that they were
Not a part of this.
Yeah, I'm
chilling.
glad they were more reasonable.
That one's common.
I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah. The hill one was good with leaving the rest of us alone, but he didn't like you, Cassandra.
Yep.
Interrupted his nap, so
Jumped on his
you had to
belly.
die.
You know what? That's a mood, though. I get it.
Okay, noted. I'm not going to wake up to Tanya.
Alicia's just like, yeah.
Or
All right. Lesson learned.
Somebody
Hills can be giants.
make a survival check.
uh-huh. Can I get help from people?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Yeah. Oh.
Uh-oh.
You guys walk around for a while.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Eventually, towards sundown, you guys do come across a narrow river.
Huh.
Are we thinking we're gonna go in now, or are we like gonna rest? What's the game plan now?
Well,
I
we don't even know which way they are.
Yeah. So do
yeah.
we want to rest here while we're not while we don't we're like next camp where they're more likely to ambush us, or been a day of walking? So it's more like how much do we want to press forward, but also if we get closer to them, does that put us at more risk versus
Yeah.
not?
I would bet that it's going to give us more risk, and we don't know the area, so we'd really just be tromping around in the dark.
We can keep watches, and if at least we're further away, we're at least less likely to get ambushed. Saying 100%, but
How are we determining which way we're gonna travel? Upstream or downstream?
I pull out a coin.
yeah.
Well, here's another idea in case any of you casters have it. Any of you know any sort of divination type stuff that could tell us which way might be a better?
Or if anybody wants to spend some time, like, searching the area, looking for tracks, signs, anything like
I
that.
can do that while we are starting to rest, but there's like augury, or obviously we know that Artemisia has a big one, but I don't really want to use that for this.
Nope.
I don't know
I
anything else other
also
than
know
augury,
I know augury.
because that gives you a like a kind of yes, right?
Sort of.
Like if we
It'll
were to say
say
like,
good or bad. Doesn't really help.
mm,
How specific can you be? Like, if you say, if we go that way, we will find
No, I can get.
What's-
If I go this way, will it be good or bad?
Yeah.
And it could be good or bad for all sorts of reasons.
There's a
It could
reason,
also
yeah.
be good and bad, or neither.
Oh,
Oh.
so it's all of the options and none of the usefulness.
It is not a helpful spell.
We could do that, and if it's a good and a bad, that means it's probably the guy that we're looking for. If we go
or
one way and it's just bad, then
or
it's
it's good because we
giant
don't get ambushed, but it's bad because we don't find the bandits.
I think
Okay.
I'm also going to bet
Or it's
that they're
good
probably
because we
gonna.
find them, and it's bad because we get ambushed.
I
Yeah.
also feel like we might just get ambushed when we try to take a rest tonight. So
I agree with you. I have a suspicion the point may end up moot.
yeah,
All right.
But
I'll just look around.
maybe we shouldn't rest yet.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we should rest yet. So let me take a quick look around the river and see if I
Yeah.
can see anything.
And if anybody else is particularly skilled in that sort of thing, Selwyn maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Artemisia
So
as
when-
well.
Let me
Is
see if I
there
can help
any-
you out, you two, please.
Is there any vantage point that like one of us can climb up to and look around? Check to
There
see if there's
are
like
stone
smoke or something.
spires everywhere.
I'll try to climb up one.
Oh. All them.
Those are some
Careful of mimics.
pretty bad checks.
They are bad, yes.
God.
It takes you a while, but you do manage to clamber your way up one of them.
And then I would just look around from there to see if there's like more, or mostly like if there's like smoke, like if there's a campfire or a camp in the region.
Yeah, it's cold out here. Yeah.
Do a perception.
There we go. Finally.
Oh,
You do see a thin little tail of white smoke upriver. A good ways. Good few miles.
I would go back down and relay that information.
maybe we can ambush them.
Yeah.
Well, let's try to sneak up on them up there, huh? But
Sure.
also be prepared for them to still ambush us.
In that case,
Yeah.
I will cast 8 mage armor on myself.
Yeah, probably good call.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait to see what we were doing.
Yeah.
Hold off.
Oh,
Alicia will
Cassandra.
do the same.
here's some soup. Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's in one of those
Soup.
little.
Little soup cups.
Yeah, little soup cup.
You guys
So
follow
you
the
roll
river.
around with a cup of noodles.
Yeah. I'm also the inventor of that.
Caesar invented cup of noodle.
Cup noodles.
Cup noodles, Caesar
my
salad,
God.
and croutons.
Yeah.
You can do it all.
Truly a culinary master.
Yeah.
He's just the origin of the unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks.
Yep.
Well,
You invented the super salad. Wow.
when you're here, you're family.
Doesn't matter what we do, Caesar has the greatest contribution to the world. It is
Yeah.
ordained.
It's true. You guys
Anyway,
walk northward for about an hour,
Yeah.
drinking your soup. I'll have you guys all do a perception check for me.
Oh boy. Wow, we are rolling
Ooh.
like ass tonight, guys.
Dang,
It's pretty bad, guys. It's pretty bad.
We don't know
Maybe
where
someone
we're
else
at.
in the group, those other 5, maybe they're doing great, huh?
Listen, we already knew perception was not Lauren's strong suit. I threw one earlier just because I wanted to roll with
Elias.
-7. I've never seen a modifier that low.
Ismene,
I get like a -6.
Artemisia,
I was kind of hoping because I've only ever seen like a -1 or maybe 2. I was like, can I get lower than a 2?
Ismene.
Oh, someone got a 20.
Yeah, Ismene stops you guys and kind of points after you're walking for about an
Oh.
hour. You guys can see this sort of canyon that you're walking through along the river. Up about 50 feet above the canyon are a set of 3 stone bridges with what seem to be stone structures on either side of them, kind of carved into the walls of the canyon itself. A couple hundred feet up ahead of you guys. That one of the buildings along the side seems to be the source of the smoke that Cassandra saw.
Are we thinking they're still in there?
At least some.
Did anybody's perception pick up like guards?
No.
They may not be expecting to be attacked.
Yeah.
Or they're just well defended enough that they don't think it's a problem.
How about we spread out to prepare for a fight? And
Walk a pig out there and find out.
or I was just gonna walk up and be like, "Hey, uh, here, here is a peace offering of an idiot. Can we talk?" And see what happens. And then if they shoot me, then everybody's in
I-
position.
Don't particularly love the idea of you going up there
I
by
don't like that
yourself.
idea. Yeah.
There's
If
at least 9 of them. You would be dead before
Yeah.
anybody could do anything.
How about we do the scorpion plan this time?
Selwyn just
sure.
Do we want just Selwyn, or do we want to try to sneak otherwise?
you could
I
If
just
sneak
you're
up there with
very
me while I
confident in
am
your
also a scorpion.
Yeah.
Put me in your pocket.
Yeah, let's try.
Promise
It's
I
fine.
won't sting you.
I mean, I would hope so.
Well, you know what to say about scorpions.
Apparently now I'm a frog. Alright, but yeah, we can do that. Is there a particular way I should head, or just kind of get closer and then let you...
You would have to get up there and then down onto one of the bridges.
Okay. Tricky, but I think I could do it.
Oh, I'll look at Harrison. Are you going with them this time?
I could.
How confident are you in your stealth?
I mean, not as good as her, but pretty good.
I'll leave it between you two.
I mean,
Cassandra,
I
do
think
you feel like you need a third?
what you could do is just be a ways back from me and just make sure that no one else is gonna get the jump on me if I'm not hiding as well as I think I am.
Okay.
Great. You'll be her lookout.
I do have the invisibility spell if either one want it. Who do we think?
Alicia just kind of, yeah, I've got it too, so.
Okay. Good for both of them.
Well, if she's just gonna be a scorpion, then I think probably only Cassandra needs it at the moment.
Well, maybe Harrison as well.
For Harrison. Yeah.
Oh, for Harrison. Yeah.
Yeah, not the scorpion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Yeah, not
Okay.
Scorpion.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Well, the invisible scorpion. The ultimate
I'll never
plan.
find it.
It's in
Yeah,
your
that
boot.
sounds good.
You'll never see me coming.
Alright. Yeah, we can do that.
And she will turn into a, Selwyn will turn into a little bug.
I'll just put her on my shoulder, pocket, whatever.
Alicia will turn Harrison invisible.
Visible.
Didn't hear any of that, but
Sorry, I'm putting it away. She's invisible.
All right, cool. I'll go ahead and basically start climbing my way up.
okay, you can do athletics or acrobatics to get up there. Enough.
A map.
A map.
Oh, before we sort of climbing, I would have set up the telepathy between Selwyn and Lauren.
Okay. They can both communicate with you telepathically.
Yes.
I'll have you do a stealth check as well. Get
Yeah,
advantage.
of course.
Sin, who's a little bit behind. You make your way up there. You can see you're just a little bit below that bridge that goes across. Seems to be a door on either side.
Do the doors look like they're like pretty sealed, like perfectly sealed, or is there like a gap at the bottom or something?
They're pretty sealed. They seem to be stone,
And no windows or anything?
not that you can see.
All right, I'll go ahead and try to make my way up to the bridge then.
You can do so.
When I get up there, at least for the door closest to me, I would try to listen for any sounds of movement, but if it's a stone door, then probably not.
You can make a perception.
Okay.
Yeah, you really can't hear much, but you can see some bandito
Oh,
kind of just standing on the bridge. A couple of humans and a tabaxi.
are they just hanging out or are they on guard?
They seem to be just like standing on either side. Every so often they like walk over to the other side, looking out into the valley below.
Gotcha. Okay. And then like basically both ends of these just have doors that are all closed.
Yep.
Okay. I guess I would try to like when the guard's looking away, just try to quietly open the door.
Okay, you can do a stealth check.
Still with advantage.
Yeah, you're invisible.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure what the.
Yeah, you can squeeze that door open. Inside, there's a couple of more folks.
Huh. Bandit captain.
Stronger looking human guy. One of the tables seem to be eaten. Doesn't look particularly appetizing.
I would telepathically to Sullen. Want me to drop you off here? You want me to try to sneak in there?
Let's just take me with you wherever it is we're going.
I mean,
Just have me here as backup. I don't really know what we're looking for.
the same here, and it's currently just a bunch of doors that be much the same layout.
Both guys seem
Did they?
concentrated on their food at the moment, but neither of them has quite noticed that the door is cracked open.
Okay. I'll go ahead and try to basically squeeze in there. Uh, try not to make any sounds.
And you can do another stealth check to try and get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They do not notice you.
All right. I'm guessing this door's closed. This one, yeah, let's open it there.
There's not a door, it's just a hallway.
Okay. Guess I'll go just this way. Assuming that dude's sitting at the table. What do I see down that hallway? Or is it just doors?
That first door is open into what seems to be like a little bedroom. This hallway goes down a ways.
Guess I'll try going over here then.
Seems like a big, like repurposed entry chamber to some kind of thing. This just is full of like bags of equipment.
Huh. Okay. Is this leading somewhere, or is that just a
Yeah.
portion of the map? Okay. I'll go ahead and look over here.
Hallway with doors.
Great.
So many doors.
I'd also at this point actually reach back out to Lauren. Hey, currently inside the base, they have a couple of guards on the bridges above looking down the valley, so when you guys come up, they'll definitely notice you. Um, Currently trying to sift through things. It's a pretty large area, and there's definitely some, I mean, the people that live here. Uh, so just so you know.
Okay. Be careful. See if you can find somebody who obviously looks like a leader, and once we figure out where he is, we'll go from there. Tell the rest of the group. They're in there poking around with their sneaky beaky. There's guards on the bridges overhead, so they would see us if we just waltzed in.
Oh, they're there.
There's apparently ones on the bridges. I told them to find the leader and then let us know. Maybe we'll ask them to make some sort of distraction from the guards or something. And for the scouts.
Also, is this over here another doorway? Or is that just the end of the room?
It's just a wall.
Okay. I'll go ahead and go over here and see if I can hear anything for if these are just like living areas or if there's something more with them.
And you can do some perception if you want. You want to open doors?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. Which one?
Um,
Oh.
I'm guessing that that's the door right there.
Yes. On both sides.
I'll go, yeah. I'll go ahead and crack open the first one. I suspect that these might be like just bedrooms or something.
On the left or the right?
I'll go ahead and do on the left.
Yeah. There's a man sleeping in there.
Yeah, okay. Guessing just another dude.
Yeah, seems to be. Tabaxi.
Okay.
Scimitar on his
I'll go
belt.
ahead and go down this way then and see if there's anything more.
There's a wall at the end there.
Okay. I'll open up this door then and see.
Bedroom.
Wow.
Cool.
That one's empty.
Um. Okay, I would just actually just take a peek into each of them and
Beds.
just knock that out. Beds. Cool.
Oh.
Good talk.
4 of them are occupied. You see one of them, this one, the one on the middle right, has like a little tiny like prayer altar set up. Seems to depict the same thing that you saw in the temple to Kellumbor.
Okay. Well, shit. These are just living areas. Okay. I guess I'd come back down here. Um. I guess I'll go ahead and try going through this door quietly.
Okay, do another stealth check.
Crack. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, that was not with advantage,
Yeah,
but
good enough either way.
it's fine. All right. And yeah, basically I would just go over here and do the same thing with like passing the guard, trying to get through the to the other door and sneak in.
Okay, stealth check. You do it.
Wow. I'll proceed to look around for anything of note.
Couple of hallways extending to the south. You can see this seems to be another sort of receiving chamber that has been repurposed. This one has some sacks of gold and obsidian.
Guess I'll go down this way.
There's just a wall there.
Oh gosh, sorry.
Yeah,
With the map, I can't
that's
really.
the map, yeah. So the hallways
Then down.
extend that way and that way.
Okay, thank you.
This seems to be some kind of like training room. There's some targets and like straw dummies. And some crates
I
of
haven't seen
weapons
anyone.
and supplies.
Gotcha.
No
And I haven't
people
seen
in here.
anyone.
Yeah, no people on this
Okay.
side.
Then I'll just continue moving on then, until I hit a dead end.
So staircase there that goes up. Staircase here that goes up. And then door across.
Oh, actually, yeah, I'll go up.
There is a person in here. Seems to be somebody taking inventory of a whole bunch of boxes of things. It seems to be mostly food.
Okay. But just more of a storage space than anything.
That's what it seems to be, like a pantry kind of kitchen setup.
Okay. Okay, I'll go back down. And check out this other space over here then.
Yeah, this one goes up This seems to be like a watchtower. There's a couple of guys in here as well.
God damn, this is dude. Okay. uh, yeah. Basically, after seeing all that, I'll continue just go back down to the other area and just try to find where this guy might be.
Looks like he's in here.
Well, of
Wow.
course,
The last place.
in the last place.
There's two people in here. There is a man and a lady.
Are they just chilling out, or are they talking or anything?
They are in bed, sleep.
Ah,
Oh.
okay. I talk back to Lauren. Hey, so I did find the guy. His bedroom is on the bridge closest as far as just like, uh, if you see the multiple bridges, it's the closest bridge. But now what do you want me to do? Like, I don't think he'll take too kindly to me just waking him up.
They found him. He's in the closest bridge to us, asleep in a big bedroom. And they're asking what to
Oh.
do. Do we want them to
Well-
make a distraction? Do we want to try and talk to him?
I'm assuming our plan is still to reach some sort of decision by talking.
I'd like to try, but I am not under any illusion that that has good chances. But I'd like to try. Cass, how many people did you find?
Uh,
Total of 14.
Ready? Yeah, more
Yeah,
than
I was
9 for sure. About 14.
counting. I'm like, oh, there's a bit more of them than us.
Yeah.
So there's a few more of them than us. She found a total of 14.
But we do have the drop on them if we wanted to have that to work with. But again, that's if we're going that route instead of.
If we wanted it to be an intimidation thing and not a convincing thing, Cass is in the best position. If you wake somebody up and with a knife at their
Oh,
throat, that you're in a
definitely, yeah.
strong negotiating place. But I don't. That could be really dangerous if we underestimate him.
Look, if we
And
got them all
he is a
sleeping right
caster.
now,
And he's a caster, so
as
Mhm.
Costa, if we catch them sleeping right now, some of them don't probably have their armor on because they're asleep or something, right? And just in general, some of them are asleep. If we want to talk to them, then yeah, maybe we use Cassandra to at least leave a message to that we want to talk in some way.
We could have her like write a note and leave it in the room and say that we're camping an hour south on the by the river. Meet us in the morning. We want to talk,
Sure.
and then we could just post up guards and make sure they don't sneak up on us in turn.
Yeah, and let's just have half of us visible down there.
Artemisia, Ismene, other kind of leaders in this case, are we good with this? And not taking the drop on them now?
Yeah, well, I don't think we want to do that while she's potentially in danger in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the best plan. We're trading an advantage, so making sure everybody's cool with it.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
that's the right call, though.
like we're the case that we want to take them out, then Cassandra could just do that right now.
True. I mean, that is what we were hired to do. But
We're hired to solve the bandit problem.
which that would do.
That is a way to do it. If there's a way with words, then we have to go the other route. But
But
this one is very much the simplest
if there's
solution.
not a way with words, then we
Then we're
have
gonna have to go
just
the other way
made it a
anyways.
whole lot more difficult.
Yes.
Well, if we let her do this and we cut the head off the snake and just say, job's done, now you have a group of desperate people with no leader. Did we just make the problem worse?
But if we don't, and then we do try to negotiate and it goes poorly, then we have to deal with all 14 of them rather than just one. Potentially.
I think if it comes to killing, I think it's going to be killing all 14 of them. Because if
Yes, but
you only
But
take
we
out
have
the leader,
advantage now.
it would
Yeah.
only be really fighting like 10 of them.
And ostensibly, this one is the strongest.
true.
I don't know. I can't make that decision.
Also, while they're like I'm just sitting there waiting. Is there anything else in the room that like I could take a peek at, like journal or something?
You can make a perception check if you would like. I'd have you do a
I would
stealth as
also.
well.
I would also update you as we're doing this about what is being discussed.
Gonna go a little bit further into the room. You can see at the south end there is another somewhat larger altar to Kalimvor. Some pretty sparse belongings. I would have you make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
Okay,
Oh no.
one moment.
Oh no. Huh. I go back.
Okay.
So I think we.
I mean, how much do we care about this actual political situation keeping it alive?
Yeah,
Don't we want this to
I-
be fast? Like,
I get your
I don't know.
sentiments, Lauren, but in the long run, I don't know how this is gonna. I don't know how this guy's problems are gonna be resolved with absolutely no violence.
You're probably right.
While you guys are discussing,
Yes.
you see Sandra just kind of comes on back to the group.
Cass, are you.
She's
Oh.
still invisible, or is she like?
She makes herself visible
Okay.
and then
Hi.
comes back.
Aye.
Hey, weird thing.
What?
Something hit me and I had the extreme urge just to get the fuck out of there. I don't know what.
Okay.
Feeling okay?
I feel unsettled, that's for sure. I mean, Selwyn, I mean, I'm still linked to her so I can talk to her. Did you feel anything? And did she
No,
also... Would she have responded, like, when I started to book it?
yeah, I looked around. Whoever it was, one of the people in that bed woke up when you came in that room.
Oh.
And apparently they could see you.
Very powerful cast.
Did you just
Well,
get suggested or something?
Maybe, but I didn't hear anything.
Well, that means it's go time now or something else. I don't know. Or we go over there and try to talk.
If we do, we just made it hard. So I think it's probably
But we still haven't killed anybody yet.
true.
Going for the kill
I mean-
thing, then Harrison can do it.
I mean, what we could do is just be a vantage away from the bridge and like maybe like wave a flag or something, like flag them down so it's not just like an entire group of us heading over if we still want to try the diplomatic route.
You just climbed up that bitch, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you see how they get up and down? Did you see?
There were some stairs, but I didn't go through all of the passageways. It's actually rather more expansive, like camp than I would have thought.
Can we get up on the cliffs near us and traverse the cliffs and drop down into the thing, or like is there a place to climb closer instead of doing it right next to them?
I mean,
Matthew,
Yeah,
terrain.
there are some. It's kind of like along the top of the cliffs that these structures are built.
So we're probably just gonna have to climb up there.
I'd still rather do it here and then run at it rather than climb up a hill while they can shoot at us. But yeah,
Yeah, I'd rather climb here than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
let's just do it. Either way, they know we're here. Waiting a night isn't going to make it better, and whether it ends up being a conversation or a fight, either way.
You're welcome to start with conversation when we charge in there.
I'll give it a shot. My expectations are low.
You guys scale the walls and make your way. You can see some lights, some torches lighting along the bridges up ahead. It does seem as though they are aware of your presence. You approach the bandit camp. Go ahead and end things there for the thing.
Well, then definitely Lorne leads with talk.
yeah.
Yeah.
To at least get us closer.
Indeed.
Also, all that scouting just to be told to get out. I'm like, damn.
Well, you saw
So right.
basically the whole place.
Oh yeah.
So we got an idea of who's there. Like we do know. Total.
A lot.
A lot.
You got no idea.
Uh oh.
Most some are
More.
just some banditos. So, although
Or
I don't
they
know how.
Looked like it anyway.
Yeah, I mean that one guy looks like a bandit. So
All right. Well, we'll find out next time.
yeah.
Next week, yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Well, until then.